Good evening, everyone. It is 6:30, so I will call our January 2nd Planning Board meeting to order. And I will begin by reading the roll. John, present. Sue?
Here.
Phil?
Present.
Neil?
Present.
Mike?
Here.
Matt is on Zoom. Are you there, Matt?
I have Matt here on Zoom.
Yes, I'm here, present.
All right, thank you.
Thank
And-
you.
There you are. Good to see you. And alternates, Zach is not present, right? And Michael Bouchard,
Present.
Brad,
Here.
and Molly.
Here.
And Jason.
Here.
All right. And we are at 6 members, I believe, including Matt on Zoom. So I will seat Michael as a voting member this evening.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Isn't he
And
signed in as a full member now?
we haven't voted.
Oh.
Do we vote? We don't vote, though.
We vote on whether to put this to the select board with our recommendation. And it's on the agenda here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what was conveyed to me, that the select
Okay.
board wanted to get the planning board's
I
recommendation.
had that information there then.
Okay.
Sorry. It was done.
So, up next, review of minutes from our December 19th, 2024 meeting. And you should all have a copy of those. And while we're all looking at our minutes, if anybody in the audience would like extra copies, I think the board has copies of all this material at this point. I believe there's some on the back table as well as this front table here. And feel free to come up and grab anything while we're talking about the minutes.
I have a couple of, just two. On page 3, the very first line, purchase varied numbers of garages, I think should be there. And then about halfway down the page, let's see, the line starts with the homes being, instead of bring, owned.
Anyone else? Move that we approve the minutes as amended.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I abstain. All right, the minutes pass with those amendments. Up next, are there any public comments not related to the business on the agenda? And the business on the agenda, of course, includes all of our zoning amendments. No? Okay. Communications received. We have a appointment letter from Michael Bouchard. Anything else that we've received, Joseph? I believe there are a
There's
couple of
also
things.
a memo from the Tenny Mountain folks, which is available on the table. I also did forward along the PDF of it if anyone had a chance to look at that this afternoon. But it is also on the table in print form.
Thank you. And we should all have a copy of Michael's letter. And so the procedure, as we are currently following it, is when we get a letter of appointment, it goes to the select board, and they basically kick it back to us for a recommendation, one way or another. And so we've gotten that letter, and we've all had a look at it, I believe. And I'd entertain discussion or a motion or whatever might come up.
I move that we offer support to the request for appointment of Michael Bouchard to the planning board.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And abstentions? All right, so with that, we recommend that to the select board that Michael Bouchard be appointed. That does not happen tonight, but at the next select board meeting, I imagine.
John, what's his
And it
term?
is ultimately still up their choice to make, not ours, but we can make a recommendation. Yes?
So his term would take over for Mark's term, which he
Yes.
just re-signed, so he's got 2 years left?
Joseph?
I believe that is correct. Yes, it would be not this coming April that the term would expire, but the following term. Following April.
So a year and change.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. All right. Any committee reports? Oh, Judy's asking for a Zoom link.
Does she have the? I can email her the website link.
All right. I'm trying to get my notes in order here. All right. There it is. Okay. All right. So if there are no reports of committees at the moment, we'll move on to new business, which are public hearings for several zoning amendments, 6 zoning amendments, in fact, plus a public hearing for a citizen petition zoning amendment as well. And so a few words before we open up public hearings, just to, sorry, I'm looking at multiple documents here. All right, here we are. So these are zoning amendments under consideration for town meeting 2025. And so I'll begin with zoning amendment number 1, which will then kind of dovetail with this citizen petition zoning amendment. And I'll explain that more in a few minutes, how we might handle that. So for each of these, I'll give a brief introduction to each of the amendments, and then the board will have a chance to discuss anything that might have come up in the interim since our last public hearing, and then we'll turn it over to public hearing, and then we'll bring it back to the board to consider whether to move these amendments one by one to town meeting this year. And for clarification, zoning amendments are on the Tuesday, the ballot day of town meeting, not the full face-to-face meeting on Wednesday.
Deliberative session.
What's that?
Not the deliberative session.
Deliberative session, thank you, Phil. With that, we have zoning amendment number 1 is the commercial use table, and there's been a lot of discussion of this. And we also have separately a citizen petition amendment for something similar. And so before we go any further, I'm just going to recommend to the board, and of course it's the board's choice, that we shelve our own amendment and not put it forward, because we have the same one that's going forward regardless as a citizen petition amendment that has received required signatures and been certified by the select board at this point. But we do still have a public hearing scheduled for our own, so we can talk about that briefly and then see what we want to do. But that would be my own kind of thoughts on that. And so it's this first zoning amendment about the use table. This, as many of you probably know, has come after a lot of feedback over the years, and then especially this recent year as well, kind of culminating a lot of this discussion. We've heard concerns from residents about potential conflicting uses in the agricultural zone in Plymouth, and what is and is not allowed in the agricultural zone. And we've done some work to reconsider that in the amendment that we are looking at for 2025. So, implicit in all of this is an understanding that the the zoning ordinance and the planning board want to facilitate people's ability to use their properties to their own best interests, but at the same time to protect the town from any deleterious uses and conflicting uses that might harm members of the town. And how do we do that? So that's where a lot of these changes are coming from then, and it goes along in a separate amendment with a map as well of slightly redrawn boundaries, which we'll get to in a few minutes, or more, we'll see. So with that being said, as I was just alluding to with the board, we have the zoning amendment that we've been looking at this fall, coming out of a lot of public input this year and previous years about how we might regulate differently the ag zone in some ways, building upon our traditions, but also changing a few things. And we also have separately, as I was just mentioning, a citizen petition amendment, which you all are welcome to do if you have things that interest you in terms of changes. You can get 25 signatures and petition a zoning amendment. And we've gotten that. And that's what I was just referring to. The process is you send that to the select board, and they say certify it. And then we, at the planning board, still have to hold a public hearing on that. So all of this being said, does the board have any comments about our zoning amendment and how to move forward? One that parallels the petitioned one?
I would move that we table this.
Okay, so we should still hold a public hearing since we have one scheduled. And with the understanding that if you have comments about this particular amendment, probably save it for the second hearing on the same amendment. And as a board, this is going to, regardless of what we think about it, is going to town meeting, but we do still have the ability to support this amendment or not as a board.
I would motion that we actually table this until the end of, just move it to the end of the agenda so that we can have it after we have the hearing on the other petition zoning amendment. That way, any relevant comments can be directed to the petition zoning amendment, which has to go to voters. And then if we choose to do something with the other the non-petition one that is on the agenda, we can do it afterwards. Because it is possible that we might choose to change and go forward with this separately, right?
Sure, fair enough, yeah.
But I think if people have comments, we should
Okay.
make them relevant
So-
to the petition one, since that has to go to voters.
I have no problem doing that if you want to, and if the rest of the board agrees.
The agenda is is at your
Yeah,
discretion.
but I mean, I'm willing to be consensual about this. In which case, I would just stick it right after the other one.
Yeah. That's nice.
Like immediately after. Which does give us the flexibility if we do want to still go forward with ours. I wouldn't imagine we probably will, but you never know. Does that sound agreeable to everyone?
Yeah, that seems like a fine way to handle it.
So in that case, I will, actually, as a board, do we have any comments before we open a public hearing about the citizen petitioned amendment to our use tables? No? Okay. So I know there's a lot of familiar faces here. Just if there are any unfamiliar faces here or who don't understand all the language that we might be using, one of the things just to keep in mind is that if we do have a discussion about this, there's a good chance that we'll be talking about distinctions between certain uses being permitted, which is like permitted by right, and if you want to do that, you might still have to come in for a site plan review, but you are allowed to follow that use. Not permitted, which means you're just not allowed to do it unless you want to go to the zoning board and ask for a variance, which is a pretty high bar. I don't think we had any conditional use permits in here, I don't think, but we do have several that we're considering for special exception, which means that it might be allowed, but you'll have to go to the zoning board and make your case to the zoning board, where there can be public input and questions about the scale of development, impact on the community, so on and so forth can be handled at the zoning board
John,
to determine whether or not it will be permitted or not. Yes.
before you do open it to
Yeah.
public hearing, I
Yeah.
would like to say a few things.
Okay. Just don't go too long. Well, you had some lengthy comments last time. Yeah. But go ahead.
Thank you, John, Chair, Mr. Chair. So, I've been involved with the Ag Zone for a good amount of years, and one thing that has been said that I don't think is quite true is that the Ag Zone is the anything goes zone. And it's been repeated a few different times. One thing that people may not be aware, that fuel storage is not just allowed, it's by special exception in the Ag Zone. A funeral establishment in the Ag Zone is special exception, and I'm going to read the whole list that's by special exception. Printing, publication, private club, sexual orientation, truck terminal, a warehouse, wholesale business, library, education, hospital, med center, research laboratory, industry, especially all accessory buildings in excess of 3, and that might have changed. Off-site parking facility, accessory structure in the front, rear, or setback, multi-unit dwelling, 3 or more, residential institution, rooming house, not allowed bar, tavern, or nightclub. So, as you can see, there are a number of things that aren't just allowed in the Ag Zone. Then we say, well, what is the criteria to grant a special exception, which the zoning board would do? And I looked all over, trying to find a definition of what the criteria would be. A zoning board typically requires the applicant to demonstrate that the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area, provides a public benefit, and meets specific criteria outlined in the zoning ordinance, including conditions like potential negative impacts on the neighborhood, such as traffic, parking, aesthetics, while also proving that the property cannot reasonably be used without the exception. Some of these things sound like it could make it extremely difficult to get a special exception in the Ag Zone, so that it does not significantly disrupt the character of the neighborhood, aesthetically blend with existing structures, or if you can prove that there's a hardship. And it's not just one of those items that you can prove. You have to pretty much show that you're meeting the conditions for all of those things, not just 1 or 2 or just 1. So it's not something that is automatically a rubber stamp to get a special exception when we're making all these changes. In a time when college degrees are exceedingly expensive, there seems to be a more endearing, receptive approach to small business options for our young kids getting out of high school and trade school. And when we put one more layer of a barrier to preventing someone from putting a small business on their property if they've got 50 or 75 or 100 acres, the only thing that really helps our local population from starting a small business in the Ag Zone, the only thing that it helps are the big chains with plenty of lawyers to get what they want. And we may someday, in the near future, wake up and realize that our taxes, which were really high to begin with, are much higher. And that the local kids can't just start a business on their property without excessive regulation. I've seen some people in some of these meetings say, well, this is not going to affect me, so this sounds all good. But it's not just about the me. It's about our community as a whole and what is appropriate for our community. When we first put in the agricultural zone, we had a lot of uses available to that zone, the things that are being proposed to be changed to special exceptions now. So it was the rural part of our community, but it was also a nod to our agricultural history. We're not growing things on top of mountains, so we allowed many uses. So when we say it should only be for growing things or farming, we're missing the point of when this zoning was first put into place. But when we say me, it makes me take notice that it's not just about one individual or two or three, it's about the community. And so I think we've got to realize that. I think what we need to do instead, because it sounds great to some people, but we need to define industry and define what scale is. We can make a much better document than what's in front of us, because I really fear what's going to happen to our community should the well-intentioned people that put this zoning forward, what can happen to our community? It's rural/agriculture. And I think we need to remember that. And that when we put that special exception, that bar is going to be extremely difficult to overcome. So I caution the community on just voting for this without being knowledgeable on what it actually could mean to what it will mean to our community.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mike.
John.
I just want to say two things in response. One is, this is not just about individuals, it is about defending, as we've heard from many members of the community, and perhaps we will more this evening as well, which is what we've been trying to respond to, I think. Individuals who think this will harm some of the potential changes or development that our current zoning ordinance allows could harm large portions of our community. As large commercial development expands in Plymouth. And not that we don't want it to expand, but it's a question of where, and that's what our zoning ordinance helps us do. The other thing I would say is I've heard similar rhetoric about what we could do for quite a few years now, and I haven't seen anything proposed in that time to actually offer an alternative. And now we've got something that can actually make a difference, and that has a good amount of community support. And I just haven't heard the alternative that keeps getting mentioned and never seems to materialize. Any other comments before we open the public hearing?
I'd like to address a couple things. Like you bring a great voice to the table, and I appreciate. I think between amongst all the voices in this discussion, I think it's good to have representation of the varied perspectives of people of the town, and I'm glad you bring that to the table. You raised a couple questions about implementation if this were to be approved, and I wanted to point out that the 6 criteria for special exception are on page 60 of the zoning ordinance, and you'd mentioned a concern about proving hardship. Hardship is specifically a criteria that's required to be met for a variance.
And you can also be for a special exception.
That is not true. It is specifically for the variance criteria, which are on page 62. Page 60 does not list anything about hardship.
Thank you for pointing that out, Phil.
My only concern is I want to make sure that people understand the implications of this in a very clear way. Thank you.
I've always understood that the agricultural zone was intended to support and protect agricultural enterprise, and other uses have been allowed in the agricultural zone as long as they don't interfere with agriculture. And agriculture includes support services. If somebody who's operating a farm or timber operation needs to have a repair facility, they shouldn't have any problem having a repair facility or service that, I wouldn't say commercial sales, but I would say something that supports the agricultural enterprises in the town. And I think that we should always keep that in mind.
I would like to piggyback on that.
One other comment. A term I didn't mention earlier that might also come up is accessory uses. So there are various accessory uses to agriculture that would still be allowed, even if they're not allowed as a primary use within the agricultural zone if these changes go through. And some of those things you mentioned could be accessory uses within an agricultural setting. To a primary use, that would be agricultural. Mike?
I want to piggyback on what Neil said. A lot of times, these businesses might not actually have a farming operation on their property, but yet they want to be supportive of the ag zone. Say, a small tractor sales and repair facility that you normally see in a rural district, and that would be servicing equipment for the farmer, or a small rooming house, or a small hotel that would house the workers, or a small restaurant that the workers don't want to travel all the way to downtown Tenny Mountain Highway to eat at a chain restaurant. Maybe they want a small restaurant, Common Man, Italian Farmhouse, or something even smaller that would have barriers in front of them from being located. So there's a lot of ramifications that are not on the surface noticed, but we need to be aware of those, what we're voting for, because it could be a very different Plymouth in a very short amount of time.
It could be a very different Plymouth in a short amount of time
May I respond?
if we don't change things as well. Yes?
My concern is, of course, I support small businesses. I, of course, want there to be lots of options for the young people of this town. I don't think that the special exception is purposely aimed at stopping that. I see the changes to the commercial table being aimed at large scale, which I think we've talked about many times before, large scale as being the main concern. And I see the zoning, this particular type of zoning change, the changes that we may need to imagine in the future as being a living document, and this being one step towards that yes, needs to be refined. I'm afraid that if we don't do something now, we're gonna have all of our arable ag land paved over by large-scale development. That's a main concern of mine right now.
So I do think we should turn it over to a public hearing soon. And I do want to remind everyone that this is going to go to a vote regardless, but we do still have the option of endorsing it or not as a board, which can be a meaningful act. And it's still important, of course, to hear from everyone and hear everyone's concerns, which might inform our votes when we do get to town meeting.
Absolutely.
And with that, I will open a public hearing. And if you'd like to speak to this amendment, please come up and identify yourself and say what you have to say.
John, can you clarify this? Is this the public hearing on the petition zoning
This is
amendment?
the public hearing on the petitioned zoning amendment, yes.
And just as a heads up, when time permits, there are a number of folks on Zoom. I don't know if any want to speak on this amendment, but we do have a number of attendees on Zoom.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this amendment?
Real quickly, Grace Garvey owned 2 properties in the ag zone. I'm just going to roll over all my comments from the prior hearing and just say ditto to what I said before. I support these. And I'm not really, so we're talking about the petition,
We are.
which is going to go through forward no matter what, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I say put it in front of the voters.
Thank you. And I appreciate all your comments at our previous meetings, which are all on the record if anybody wants to look them up.
Steve Whitman, as one of the people that signed the petition, I wanted to both endorse some of the things that have been said by the planning board members and highlight that there are differences of opinion on this planning board. And I think what a lot of us wanted to show through the petition was that we support the work you've been doing. We support the modest change, the special exception that you've made for these commercial uses. We think ultimately the voters should decide. We'll see if it passes. But just to show you that there is support, I think having this many people show up at all your meetings and engage in this conversation has been really good. So hoping you endorse it, but at least the voters will get a choice either way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak?
Danielle Sargent, 30 Smithbridge Road. Good morning, good evening, planning board members. I speak in support of the Amendment 1, the proposed changes to the commercial table of uses in the agricultural zone. I believe these modifications to the commercial table of uses do a few things. Preserve the agricultural zone and rural character of our community. They help move zoning into alignment with the master plan, and I actually believe they help support small businesses to develop in the ag zone by going through a special exception process. I think the uses that are moving from permitted to special exception will allow for control of scope and scale of developments in the ag zone. Small businesses won't be competing with national chains like big box stores for the land, as those types of operations would unlikely meet the 6 requirements of special exception, while a small business would. Further, I think a farmer's needs for secondary businesses and operational activities are protected as ancillary commercial uses would be permitted as a secondary use to a primary use of agriculture. With these updates to the commercial use table, or without these updates to the commercial use table, we leave the ag zone entirely unprotected for a wide range of possible commercial developments. You know, whether we envision it or not, a developer might envision Fairgrounds or Quincy Road as an ideal spot, reasonably priced land, submit an application to this board for a 93-room hotel or a drive-through restaurant, and under current zoning, the board would have to approve. And based on previous public outcry, this doesn't seem to be what the community wants. I urge the board to endorse this amendment.
Thank you.
Want me up there?
Yes, please.
Good evening. My name's Colby Lenentine. I own Three Lakes Landscaping. You know, I find the AG land to be important. I understand change is inevitable and things have to happen. But when I started off, before I bought on the Fairgrounds Road where my shop is currently now, I approached the developer on Hamilton Drive, which now I currently own as well, on Tenny Mountain Highway, where we want all this commercial development to happen. And I was specifically told that I couldn't afford the land. So then I went back to the drawing board. It wasn't that I even asked, like, you know, I was told that it was not gonna fit my price point. And I was like, okay, so I walked away. Went back to the drawing board, tried to figure something else, and I landed at 1 Steel Drive on Fairgrounds Road, where my shop is now. You know, and if I didn't have that space of land, I might not be a business still. I might not be in Plymouth. I might be in Meredith. My family with my kids are 5th generation of Plymouth. I mean, you're going back to horse and buggy days. And, you know, for a local person to try to get ahead and have a place to be able to do that is very difficult with what taxes are, the cost of land on Tenny Mountain Highway. So, you know, I mean, I understand Tenny Mountain Highway is a big commercial development. I'm involved with it. I'm out there. I service a lot of these properties, and I think that's the right place for it. But I think we also need to understand, you know, I mean, changing the list or some of these changes that might happen might have a strong impact for a kid coming out of high school with the new CT program that they're trying to get going and all of that. So you might limit, you know, I don't know, you might be limiting someone else that's a local kid that's 20, that doesn't want to spend the money to go to college, but has a nest egg that could buy a parcel of land, put up a small shop, and be able to do something and contribute to this town. I mean, with all the parcels of land that I own, I pay over close to $60,000 in taxes. No small business starting off on day one is going to be able to afford any of that. Fortunately, I've been in business for going on 20 years now, so I've been grinding away and kind of stepping up and doing things. But like I said, I was told I couldn't afford Tenny Mountain Highway. And, I slowly worked away at it, and I got lucky through a couple of different transactions, land transactions, on foreclosed parcels of land. That was the only way I got on Tenny Mountain Highway, was because I was able to buy foreclosed land from the bank. And that's how most of that development came together. Because in that development, I owned 5 parcels of land. 2 of them, it doesn't matter how all the deal worked. But I guess that's my input on it. I mean, I think the AG land is important. We gotta, manage it. I understand change, but we also gotta be mindful of the other people that might potentially come. And anything that changes here, could really have a steep impact on someone that would be willing to be a part of our community. And so I guess that's kind of my point of view on it. I find the AG to be important. It allowed me to get ahead and do something with an existing building that was there. I don't know if I had something else, but I guess that was my point, my thoughts. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Going the long way around.
As you guys know, I'm Joan Turley, Chair of the Conservation Commission, so I have to speak on behalf of the other stakeholders of the land around Plymouth, which is the wildlife. We are only speaking of humans here, but we are sharing our land with wildlife and many other components of the ecosystem. And fortunately, these other components are protecting the humans from situations like what's happening in Vermont, like the excessive flooding, and particularly in places that are randomly developed because wetlands are being turned over to commercial uses, and then, what do they call them? I call them fake wetlands, are being put somewhere else. So anytime that you take a natural piece of land and put any size building on it, you're changing not only the landscape, but you're changing the level of protection that it gives to all the wildlife as well as the humans. So I've read through these very carefully, trying to think on both sides, but like I said, I represent the stakeholders that aren't necessarily human beings. And for that reason, I think the level of protection that these changes offer allow the town of Plymouth to be very deliberate about their way to protect the land, and allows the town of Plymouth to consider the other stakeholders and the level of protection that the natural environment will give to the humans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara McCann, and I want to echo my colleagues who have spoken before me. I also signed the petition with the intention of supporting the modest changes that I feel like this article addresses. And I think I have been present for many of the deliberations of this group, and I really respect, the thoughtful concerns and ideas that you've all presented. I think, however, that keeping in mind that the changes here pretty much involve, if I understand it, auto service stations and fueling stations. And the problem of those in the ag zone is, as Joan Turley mentioned, the presence of those kinds of facilities does result in some potential damage to the environment. I've seen this happen in my property abuts an ag zone place that once upon a time was a service station, and I've kind of seen the results of that. So I think we shouldn't be afraid of change, and these changes are quite modest, and I think they will have an impact. I don't see that it's going to cause any kind of problems down the road for people that want to start businesses that are just the kinds of businesses that aren't going to be contaminating to the environment in the ag zone, or certainly judging putting businesses in the commercial and industrial zone where they can thrive then. So I support this article. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dean Yetton, West Plymouth. But I had to follow Mike and Colby because I agree with everything they said, and I do not support this, what you're doing. I'm too damned old to have change, so I just want to say that I do not support it, and I'm pretty hard to follow Mike and Colby's rhetoric. I can't think of the word I want to use. But thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Claire McCann, Plymouth, New Hampshire. The reason I support these changes being made is because they are small and they are a step in a much longer, much needed process of refining the zoning to fit the current day. And I do see it more as a protection than as a threat. As has been mentioned, a number of these are still special exception. And I think a lot of businesses who would be putting forth a site plan or any type of business proposal would probably go through a number of these thought processes when proposing a business in the first place. I see it more as a part of any person putting a business forth rather than a penalty or a barrier to starting a business. I also would like to argue that land prices are not correlated with special exception. Whether you are applying for a business is not controlled by whether or not you've already purchased the land. Purchasing the land, that's on the land holder. They're setting the price of the land. That is not connected to whether or not you're approaching a board to suppose a business. And taxes also have something different to do than the special exception. So I think to correlate those two things is a false correlation. And so I would encourage you to begin with this support of these proposals, knowing that the work's not yet done. I do agree there are a lot of specificity issues in some of the special exception procedures. And as has been said, I agree with Molly, it is a living document. And I think it would be a testament to the continued work and dedication that you have and that others have to this town. And it shows that we all need to keep being involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Ashley Saba. I would like to see this amendment be passed and recommended by the board. I think that for Plymouth, our community bonds are extremely important, and I can think of nothing that would erode community bonds, or almost nothing that would erode community bonds, more than big box stores and global chains. So for me, in the ag zone, I would love to see small businesses, and I would love to see the zoning board be generous in their interpretations for these small businesses. And I don't want to be Tilton. So that is my main fear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak? If so, unmute yourself and introduce yourself. Hopefully not all at once if there's more than one. No?
You have Henry Ahern has raised his hand.
Okay. Henry?
First, I agree with a lot of things that Michael has said, that the big thing is it shouldn't.
Henry, can you talk closer to your mic or something, perhaps? It's a little bit low.
didn't work. So, the thought of having to go, and I said this before and got a lot of flack about it, having to go to a board for any little thing that I want to do is a problem to me. And you can take all those reasons where we can't do it for the special exception, but it shouldn't have to be that way. I've owned this property, my grandparents owned this property, I've been here for a lot of years, and I still think that we should have the ability to manage our own property. We pay taxes on it. There are things that have happened that I don't really like, but if I can't afford to own the property, I should be able to do what I want with it. That said, I will tell you, I'm opposed to all these changes of our ability to do our land, do with our land what we want. And I am a member of the ag zone, and I kind of feel that some of the people that are reporting this change are not really landowners in the ag zone and understand the consequences of doing that change. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Dan Mary.
Oh, please.
Good evening, Chris. I want to be in support of this article. I think it's a very thoughtful process by the planning board, and I support it 100%. Thanks very much.
Thank you. All right. Oh. Hello.
Hi. Joan Andresen, in Plymouth, and I just want to say that both Julie and I are in support of this article. We don't want to see it become a Tilton either, and I think there's been a lot of good thought put into this, so we just want to say we're in support. Thank you.
Thank you. And while any of you think about whether or not you have any more comments, I just wanted to say, in response to a few comments this evening, that this is an incremental process, and a few people have talked about the need for further distinctions in terms of scale in our zoning ordinance and in terms of, these are modest, small changes. And to all of that, I would just say, this is an incremental process. And if this does pass and we decide that, maybe we don't want to rely on a special exception for one of these, and we wanted to split out a couple of uses and define them separately to, regulate them separately, that's a possibility. And it is an iterative, incremental process, and you don't have to get everything you want exactly as you want it the first time around if you're making positive change or preserving what you don't want to see changed, as the case may be.
Could I address one thing as well?
Yes.
So if I recall correctly, David Kent spoke previously and suggested more specificity, and I think that moving forward, the downside of moving forward in the way that we are, that's proposed, is that there's less specificity and it puts a little bit of weight on the shoulders of the ZBA. But I think that the ZBA has the ability, I think the nice thing about that is that while it is a burden for them, the 6 special exception criteria do offer them the ability to determine if, the 6th criteria is if there's a significant effect resulting from the use on the public health, safety, and general welfare of the neighborhood in which the use would be located. And it's a discretionary, it's a decision that has to be determined based on the proposal. So it does put some burden on them, but they also have the ability to make educated decisions about the scale, and we've talked about scale, and that's one of the things that I presume they would use in making that decision whether to approve a special exception or not for a business in these. And
We don't know.
And I think we've seen
it's in statute.
I think we've seen the select board use, from their track record, some pretty good judgment. I mean, I applaud the select board, the too many boards, the ZBAs, the zoning boards, adjustments, judgments over the years. And I will also reiterate what David Kent said last time he was here. They're looking for more members if anybody's interested in volunteering.
You want to close the public hearing?
Does anybody have any last comments before we close the public hearing on this amendment? All right, going once, going twice. Closed. Yes, Mike.
A couple of points that were made. I believe Colby Lenentine mentioned $60,000 a year just in property taxes for a business on Tenny Mountain Highway, for his lot there, for his business. And I'm not sure how.
That was all his properties.
Is that including the ag zone on?
But it doesn't matter if he's talking about all his properties, that's including in the ICD.
I have 7 properties in the town of Plymouth, 2 of which have buildings on them. One's on Hamilton Drive, and the other one's one Steel Drive. So I pay almost twice as much for my building that is half the size on Tenny Mountain Highway as I do on Steel Drive.
Okay.
And I worry that if someone's got a business in the ag zone and then that business changes, they sell it, it's going to be really hard potentially to find a buyer for their business unless they're doing possibly the exact same business. Because if it changes, someone mentioned, this is just about auto service stations, but it's not about auto service stations. There's many changes that we're proposing all at once to be voted one swoop, for auto service station to special exceptions from permitted, commercial service to special exception, hotel motel to special exception, indoor recreation, office would go to special exception, restaurant, special exception, retail sales, special exception, tourist home, special exception, the vehicular sales and repair, which would be small tractors, any type of tractor, would not be permitted at all. So it's quite a change for just an incremental start to what the planning board, and the planning board's been doing an awful lot, and I give John a lot of credit for the time that he puts into it and organizing the meetings beforehand, and you put a lot of work into this, John. I give you a lot of credit, but the changes that we're all seeing here that's been put together has just been of recent, since there has been an uproar about the hotel on Smithbridge Road, which I voted against. But I am concerned about these changes. I voiced my concerns, and I'm really concerned with what Neil said, that it should be okay as long as it's supporting an actual farm and it's on that same lot. But I don't know, I'm not sure whether Neil was mentioning that or whether it's somewhere else supporting a business, but.
Well, it wouldn't have to be on the same land, it would just be in the agricultural zone. But it has to be something that's supporting agriculture,
so someone could
not impeding it.
So I could see someone make a hotel for farm workers to be in support of a farm, a restaurant to be in support, an office, a tourist home.
Well, all this does is raise the bar a little bit on businesses that may interfere with agriculture.
And I'm not sure how many people here get their car fixed and go to Tenny Mountain Highway to get their car fixed, but I'd love to have a show of hands of those that probably do not go to Tenny Mountain to get their car serviced and maybe go to Bell Road or Route 3 North or several other locations that are all in the ag zone, and that may change.
We've also talked about, this is a first step, we've also talked about the potential of rezoning some of the areas that are more suitable for commercial and industrial use out of the ag zone. And I think that if this moves forward, that would be something for us to take up next year, to make some of those areas that you identified, such as Route 3A or Route 3, to be more receptive to use.
And Phil, I respect that those thoughts. I think that there's no reason this has to go the way that it is, be voted on. I would love to see the planning board tackle possibly those things. I'd rather see the scale where it's not a giant hotel going into the ag zone in Dean Yetton's field. I really do not think that's the proper spot for it. It's an agricultural field that's best used for growing crops, but up on a hill somewhere in the ag zone might be for the right scale in size. And I have said many times, I would love to see industry better defined so that we know if that's special exception, it's the scale, it's the size of the operation. And I think that would be better served for this town than what is proposed. And I think as more and more people see what could happen, and I'm not spreading fear, it's right there. I can't see people voting for it, but I could be wrong.
I will say this quickly in response that we can build a market basket in the ag zone in Plymouth and have. And anywhere where there's water and sewer, you can build a market basket in Plymouth. And that's quite a few places. And I think that sort of thing is the concern here.
Yeah, they could probably go up on top of Plymouth Mountain and build their market basket or Lowe's, and they would have 4 people show up a day. It doesn't make sense. That type of business, that size, is going to be on Tenny Mountain Highway, our highway commercial area, which was where it was intended. And same thing for Tilton. No one wants to have another Tilton, but we're on our way with Tenny Mountain Highway, whether we like it or not. It's happening, and we're forcing it into that one spot. And the prices, as we say no to the ag zone, we're putting the price higher and higher and higher in limiting our locals from starting up a business.
And as we've seen, Smithbridge Road is a very appealing road, and a good chunk of Fairgrounds Road has water and sewer and links up very nicely to that area. And we have heard, just to respond to a comment, we have heard from many people in the ag zone who are in favor of this, including those involved in agriculture, more than one person. Anyhow, this is going to go to a vote regardless. We have to decide as a board whether or not we want to endorse this, which does show up on the ballot.
If you'll close the hearing, I'll make a motion.
I will close the hearing right now. It is 7:29. I'll close the hearing.
I move that the planning board offer its approval of this petition zoning amendment.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I would just say if this is voted down and it has any type of influence on the public, I would like to offer whoever would on this board to continue to study it and look for a much better document that takes care of the concerns that were brought up today and takes care of the other side of the argument that has been brought up. Because I think we can do a much better job than what's in front of us. And I would urge the planning board members to vote against this. And
you keep saying that, and I keep not seeing the document or the even beginnings of one.
yeah, it's
Been said for years at this point.
It has been, and that's why you see a few individuals that are on the board now to help. And we have had meetings, and there has been discussion, but we keep saying, let's talk about scale, let's talk about industry, and you say, no, we have to get this passed now. So there has been the effort to try and make it better, but we keep hearing, no, we've got to get this going, we got to get this passed. So I see what you're saying, John, but also you got to see the other side of the coin. You're not allowing it.
I'm not sure that's true. Is there any further discussion? All right. So we have a motion and a second on the table to endorse and support this zoning amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
So that's
Nay.
2, 3, 4, and in favor and 3 opposed?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion passes. The planning board endorses this amendment. Thank you all. I know this was a difficult discussion. And thank you all as well for sticking in there for a long and difficult, complicated discussion. He did.
He did.
Yep.
All right. So related to this, before we go to the map, we still have on the table the planning board's similar zoning amendment, very similar zoning amendment.
I move that we
well-
not move zoning amendment 1 as drafted by the planning board.
Phil?
Yeah.
Public hearing.
Oh,
We do have a
yeah,
scheduled public hearing.
Okay.
Which Polly will not have much comment on probably, but I will open a public hearing for the planning board's version of this amendment,
Which is largely the same.
which is the same. It's going forward anyway.
Is it largely the same or the same?
It's the same.
It's the same, okay. Just want to be clear.
Is there any public comment? Fair enough.
Take your time.
Okay, so as I'm thinking about all of these amendments and I'm thinking about these special exceptions and I'm thinking about, Mike, your idea to like move something else forward, how long does it take? So, okay, we're going to town meeting in March, we'll vote on this, but if you want to make changes, how long does drafting something like that take? Like how long between March town meeting, if it moves forward, and when you would also make these other changes? So like, can you make this change, also afterwards sequentially look at it differently, and then move that forward kind of on a, like, would the timeline sort of work?
And bring some more nuance to
Yeah.
it, you're asking?
Yeah, so like protect and then,
Yeah. I mean, anytime we want, we can start thinking about what further changes might be. Usually we kind of start thinking about those changes late spring, early summer. The kind of conversations start to simmer a little bit, and they get more and more lengthy and material as we go into the fall and start to see actual language put down, and then we end up here.
right, so strategically it's like we defend and then we can adjust later if we want to. But if we wait to defend the, you know, big box stores, then it's passed and we actually can't do anything for almost 2 years.
Year.
A year.
A year.
Yeah.
Next voting ballot.
Okay,
next year.
so this basically protects us for a year while we go do more thinking, if it passes this year,
Or
from
longer.
big box stores and.
And I mean, we can do all sorts of things depending on if we can pass the board and the town. I mean, I would imagine in many cases, something like this, what happens is you make a change, you realize things might need a little bit of tweaking and nuance, maybe push a little bit further or less far as time goes on, and you know, it's an iterative process. You can change some more things. I wouldn't imagine it would be a wholesale rewrite again.
Right.
Although that's certainly within the realm of possibility.
Okay. In my mind, it's like we can do both. We can like protect small businesses for a year while we go and figure out what we might also want to change later. Okay. Just making sure I'm clear.
Thank you. And thank you for asking a question. No, you can say if you like. Thank you for asking a question. And I did want to, we'll talk about this later, hopefully if we have time before we go. Probably March work session maybe. It would be nice to have, like we did last year, a kind of Q&A session for the public. So if they have any questions for us, we can address all these sorts of questions before things go to a vote. And, you know, things might be confusing or something, we can answer those questions. But we'll talk about that later if we have time. Yes?
I just want to say that when the legislature's in session, nobody is safe. And we're a little legislature. We're a municipal legislature. So if you don't like something, you can come back later and you can chew on it and take more testimony and do the legislative process and have a review and then make a proposal to change it again. And that's what this is. It's just ongoing process.
Thank you, Neil.
Judy DeLeo, my husband Eric and I sent a letter in last time, and obviously we're in support of this, but I just want to echo what Molly was saying and comment on the previous person who was up here, in that, yes, this is a living document. Make the incremental changes now and keep moving it forward to continue to protect the environment, the people in the town, the small rural roads that don't need more development on them. Keep the development where the master plan has said it should go, which is Tenny Mountain Highway.
Thank you. All right. We good? Should I close the public hearing? All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing, and I entertain a motion.
I would move that we not put zoning amendment 1 to the voters.
Second.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? All right, I think Matt was an aye, so all in favor.
I think he's
No, I
west.
think he meant nay.
No,
Oh, you
I think
did
out
mean-
west, so there's a delay.
There's a delay,
There's a
yeah.
delay. That's
Okay.
okay.
All right, so that motion passes, and we're shelving our own version of this amendment. So related to some of these changes, a discussion that we've been having is certain parts of Tenny Mountain Highway that are quite commercial at this point, or viable for future commercial development, are within the agricultural zone. And so along with these changes, we've considered potentially redrawing the map of the boundaries between the industrial commercial district and the ag zone to take in more of that already kind of commercial zone around Tenny Mountain Highway, to basically have the zoning and the actual business there reflect one another and conform to one another better. And we had a little bit of discussion about how far some of these boundaries might go, and a little bit of back and forth. But we have a written description of where those boundaries are, which is kind of hard to get your head around sometimes. And we have a map, and there are more up here if anybody needs a copy. And this is one of those things as well, you know, there are various ways of doing this, and various right ways and wrong ways of doing this, I'd say, and differences of opinion about where things should be. And I think we came to some kind of compromise. I'm not sure if there's one right answer where this boundary should be, but through some good discussions and some back and forth, we've ended up with this map here. And so, is there any discussion among members of the board about the district boundaries before we open a public hearing? No? Okay.
Well, you got on the map, you have a bump on Smith Bridge Road.
Yes.
That goes across the road. And I thought we took that out.
I think we have to rely on the language
Yeah, so
more than the map.
Yep, and the specific language that the board put forward last time, I specifically had it
In the center of the road?
feet except for these 3 specific parcels. So that is the reason that it
Okay.
follows that
So
line.
it stops at the road?
Stops at the parcel line.
Okay.
Yeah, and one of the discussions we had, it was a little bit more complicated, was how to draw the boundaries around Smith Bridge Road, which we seem to want to preserve as part of the ag zone, but yet, of course, it crosses our industrial commercial zone as we're envisioning it, which has a lot of commercial development. And how exactly do you draw those lines? This is one of those cases where it's hard to find like one exactly right answer, but I think we've done a good job.
Yeah, I think the descriptions are adequate.
Yeah.
I think, the map shows a little less precision than the descriptions, but the descriptions describe the lot boundaries
So this is zoning amendment number 2, the ICD district boundaries. So if there's no further discussion on the board at the moment, so this has not, we still have to decide whether we're putting forward. And if there's no further discussion at the board right now, I will open a public hearing. So it is 7:41, and I'll open the public hearing, and please come up and identify yourself and your piece.
Grace Garvey. So I applaud the planning board for redrawing that section and preserving some of the parts of the ag zone, particularly along Smith Bridge Road. And we are looking at the drawing from 12/10/24, is that correct? That's the most recent proposed? That's the date on the...
Yeah.
So keep in mind the drawings aren't perfectly accurate. The descriptions in the language better reflect the intent of the amendment.
And are what's binding.
Yes.
The drawings are not binding.
Right.
Yes.
So again, I applaud the planning board for proposing a different drawing than the one that was presented to us last hearing. I would just, I don't know, as we go forward with, all this talk about like how we are going to look at things a little bit more closely in the future, this is, a proposed change at this point in time. I want to echo what Joan was saying, and that is that we really need to be making sure, Joan Turley, excuse me, we need to be making sure that we're protecting some of the habitat, the ecology. There's a lot of important floodplains, wetlands in this zone, and unfortunately, we saw what happened with some of the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services decisions about filling and exchanging basically unusable land. And I hope that as a community, we're going to be looking down the road at, being more mindful of that. I just want to say that. So as much as I support this, I also hope that we're going to be thoughtful as we go down the road. And I understand the town's going to be redoing the natural resource inventory updating, and so that'll give us some more really good information moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments? Or anybody on Zoom have any comments? If you do, unmute. All right. So I'm going to close the hearing. We're all good? All right. So I'm going to close the hearing then, 7:44, and bring it back to the board. And how do we feel about this amendment number 2?
I think if amendment number 1 is going forward, we should put this forward as well.
I was hoping to get more public input, honestly. I don't object to putting it forward.
Okay.
I think it while the north side of Tenny Mountain Highway has a little bit more of a challenge in siting commercial businesses there because of the need to cross Tenny Mountain Highway to access water and sewer, I still think it's, the advances in technology with directional boring actually make it fairly reasonable.
All right. Any other comments? All right. Have you open to a motion?
I move that we put forth, is this amendment 2? I move that we put amendment 2 forth to the voters.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion?
The only, I guess we don't need, if we're putting this is not a petition, so we don't need to offer approval. It's since we're putting it forth,
I think
the approval is implicit.
It is implicit, yeah.
Right.
It's implicit in our vote, yeah.
All right, that's all. That was my only clarification.
All right. So any further discussion? You ready? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Oh, that was an aye.
Delay.
With the delay.
Abstain.
And abstention. All right, and one abstention.
Was that a opposed, Matt, or a in favor? Sorry.
That's an in favor. Do you have a few second delay on your end?
We do.
We do.
Yep. Thank you for clarifying.
Mike
I'll-
abstained.
I'll try to say it a little earlier so the timing gets a little better.
All right. So that motion passes. Thank you all very much. And up next, we have zoning amendment number 3, which is the Tenny Mountain overlay, which includes a planned unit development as well. And I believe we have some representatives here. And so I'm just going to say a few words just to introduce this. So the goals are to encourage redevelopment of Tenny Mountain and that broader area as a hopefully vibrant multi-season resort, and to promote some of the broader uses that would help that resort and any other activity in that area supportive of that, if those uses be successful. And it's important to remember that we do have obviously a large stakeholder in that area right now, but the overlay is quite large and could encompass other developers as well as future developers, as we always have to consider as well of that overlay district. And if you're looking for, I mentioned this overlay district, there's a map of it over here, if you're looking for a copy, if you don't have one. And basically what that means is the underlying zoning is maintained, which is ag zone. However, if one chooses to use what's in this amendment here, one can also use that instead of the underlying ag zone zoning. And it also allows for planned unit development, or PUD, which basically means for a larger piece of land, 100 acres or 250 acres as we've defined it for 2 different versions of this, or one more expansive version of this, a developer can come in with a master plan explaining and visualizing all of their larger goals for that piece of land, that quite large piece of land, and then in return for kind of putting their cards on the table and showing us their master plan for the site, they get some more allowances as are outlined in here than our underlying zoning offers, and gives us the ability to kind of really have a conversation about what that master plan is and the vision for this area looks like. And I think that's my short version of what we're talking about here. And
We want to open it up for hearing first?
before I open up the hearing right away, I'm going to follow this standard format here. You will be a member of the public tonight, and ask the board if we have any comments here. And I know you have a memo and kind of checklist of items, which we'll get to in a few.
Rather I sit down?
You can probably sit down for a couple of minutes. But we'll be ready for you in a moment. Depending on how much the board wants to talk about before we open public hearing.
I have a couple things to say, but anybody else can go before me.
Go ahead.
Thank you, John. So I did listen extremely well to the comments that were made on item number 1 for the hearing. And I'm glad to see members of the Conservation Commission here that talked about the sensitive lands and development in our precious areas. So when this first was brought up for the overlay, I was very gung-ho, especially that we had someone who is a proven developer who has done projects in other areas, not just New Hampshire, but and has probably the pockets to do this type of project. I was very excited because I've seen other projects for Tenny Mountain ski area that came forward, but nothing ever happened. So I'm very hopeful, and I know that the planning board has always been receptive to plans for Tenny because it's such a special area and extremely sensitive. But one thing that I'm concerned about is obviously the sensitive lands around it that has been mentioned, I think, 3 times tonight. It's not just for Tenny Mountain ski area. This is thousands of acres and it's extremely scary. And my hope is that Tenny Mountain Ski Area can come back with a plan that can be approved, that they get everything that they want. But what I'm afraid of is we're talking about large warehouses. We're talking about extremely dense development. We're talking what initially we were talking about, one building at the ski area that could exceed the limits of how tall a building could be in the town. And we said, yeah, let's work with that. But then we find out, kind of almost like a bait and switch, that height restriction would not just be for one building at Tenny Mountain, but for many buildings in the dense area, and could also be for other areas that have the number of acres. So it could be in the numbers that float around. If you have 100 acres, you can do the dense, or if you have 250, or if you have 200. It's like a moving target, and this is extreme. If it's hard for me to understand where this is going, could you imagine the people that have to vote on this when it comes time to see a very short paragraph to vote yes or no on a town ballot? So when I look at all the uses, and I'm looking at it here, what would be allowed in this dense area with the height restrictions and would be permitted: a bed and breakfast, agriculture, forestry, civic use, research laboratory, ski area, resort, recreational facility. Where's the warehouse and boarding? So fitness center, boarding kennel, hotel or inn, manufacturing up to 200,000 square foot building, mixed-use development, multi-use recreation center, which sounds great. I'm all in favor of that. Professional or business, all the things that we said we didn't want to see in the ag zone are all, it's whiplash. And now it's all of a sudden in this. Research, development, or testing laboratory, ski area, yes, there we go, it's there. Restaurant with or without accessory outdoor seating, retail, self-service, laundromat, sports complex, warehouse, art gallery, museum, educational, civic use, public or private use. So then we've got the residential uses. And I've heard talk about one thing that the town of Plymouth has been very adamant about is they don't want to see more than 6 units per building for residential. And I've heard talk of 30 units per building. And we're not talking about a hotel, which is already allowed, except for unless this gets, the ag zone gets voted on and it's not allowed in the ag zone anymore, but unless it's by special exception. But I'd be worried about 30 units, 20 units per building. And this is what we're getting into. There's page after page after page about this. And I don't mean any harm to the ski area. I want that to thrive. But this is thousands of acres, not outside of the use. And then all of a sudden, one day, the planning board was talking about this, and there was some concern that anybody's going to take advantage of this, not necessarily a recreation, which is, we like to call it a recreational overlay. And so, well, the consultant said at the meeting that we could work on making a recreational component to this. So they'd have to fill that certain need. And then all of a sudden, the next planning board meeting, without any other discussion in between, all of a sudden, it's like that discussion never happened. So I've got some major concerns with this. And I worry about what this is going to do to the view shed. I worry what this is going to do to the sensitive lands. We only have one ski area, and I would love to see something. Everybody talks about how great the terrain is, and I knew Sam Hall. I sat and talked to him and his wife, and it's a great little mountain, and it could be an incredible ski area, and I love the vision that Steve Kelly had for what he would like to do with the buildings and all ski related. But I'm a little concerned about all the warehouses, 200,000 square feet, and so many other things that could happen. And that ski area may never happen because of that, because Steve Kelly may be here, and I hope he stays here and does what he wants to do. I love your plans, but I'm concerned about this overlay.
Thank you, Mike. And I appreciate some of those concerns, and I think probably a bunch of us have thought about some of these concerns as we've looked at this. I do want to address one thing. I mean, you present this document as this kind of sprawling thing and list uses all over the place in it, and I think it's important just to kind of say what this actually does, this document. It begins with a purpose statement that describes the sort of things that we're looking for, including a multi-season resort through this overlay district. It gives, and then if you're just going to use the overlay, it gives you a series of potential uses on the second page of this document in the overlay. If you decide you want to do a planned unit development, which requires 100 acres of land for a basic planned unit development, or 250 acres of land for planned unit development with that denser village core, that starts on that page then. And then from there is where we get to some of those other uses. And a description of how the planned unit development process takes place. So if you have that 100 acres or 250 acres or more, you can come to us with a master plan, which is what I introduced us with, for a more extensive project, including some room for give and take with the board, conceptual reviews with the board before submitting an application, and the ability of the board with some more flexibility than a typical site plan review to say no, or to really kind of hold to our vision as well. And then so you can go through this, and then there's a separate list of tract sizes listed for the 100 acre versus 250 acre, and then a separate list of uses is given for the planned unit development, 100 acre plus development, including some of those uses that you mentioned, which I agree can be concerning. And I also, look around at local ski resorts here and think about the size of some of the hotels and residential units within those kind of core areas of some of the larger ski resorts. And they're big. And with good design, they fit the character of those places. And I think that is what the PUD process should be giving us, is that kind of the ability to kind of see that vision, including the aesthetic vision, to make sure it looks like what we imagine a multi-season resort to look like, and not hopefully a bunch of scary warehouses. Which I agree, that can be an issue. And I think what we've also seen and heard is the ability to have a successful multi-season resort is in part today, for better or for worse, reliant on having capital reserves and a revenue stream that might go beyond just some of the resort functions to make that work. And some of us may or may not want to see that, but it might be what helps make this work. And I agree that might be a legitimate concern. I'd also like to see this work. And yeah. I also want to, congratulate you guys. I guess you have a new member of your team. I was reading in the news the other day.
Your president.
New gentleman, yes.
Can I just clarify something as well? So, in section 505, letter E, which are the permitted uses, in the Tenny Mountain Overlay District, a planned unit development may contain any of the following of these uses. And that's a long list of uses. However, those are the uses permitted only in a planned unit development, which is directly overseen and approved by the planning board. So if any of those uses were presented, they're only available if they are presented to the planning board ahead of time, which means that the planning board could say, well, you're putting warehouses over way too much of this, and we aren't okay with that. So it actually gives a lot of control to the planning board to prevent the scary type of development that I think a lot of us don't want to see.
And we do have provisions in here as well about open spaces and view sheds and
Yeah.
and such. I mean, it is something that we would have to be diligent about it, I would say. but
Yeah.
At the same time, I think it's written well, personally. Sue, did you have a comment? You look like you do.
I do, I just haven't formed it in my head for it to come out right.
Jason?
That's real.
Yeah, Mike, you've talked about in our previous discussion of zoning one about you want specificity, you want detailed and more planning when it comes to how we redo the ag zone. This is a specificity document.
I think you're talking about Judge Kent?
Yeah, he said.
Judge Kent
Okay,
said
I apologize.
No problem.
But I think that carries over slightly to, you want deliberative understanding of what happens in the agricultural zone. This is deliberative understanding of what happens in the Tenny Mountain Overlay District.
I think I kept saying scale.
And this allows us to afford scale to how we want it developed, as Molly pointed out. If we don't like how the PUD is developed, then we can deny that. So this gives us, a way to control what is being developed in that area.
John?
Yes, Judy.
Just to point out, without the PUD, the scale and the dimensional regulations that apply are the dimensional regulations that apply in the underlying zoning.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody can't do an 8-story building or, a gigantic project if it's only the overlay and they're not taking advantage of the PUD.
Yep, thank you.
No problem.
John, can I say something?
Yeah.
I'm a professional skier. I've been to, no, I'm certified. I've been to so many ski areas, I couldn't tell you how many. But I've skied almost everything in New England and New York, and I've been out west. And I think this is a great plan. I grew up mostly in the Hall's house, Sam Hall's house, and I was up on the mountain when they cut the first trails. So I watched that mountain develop. Sam made a big mistake. He didn't put in snowmaking when he should have, and he got caught without snow, and that hurt him. But he had a plan to build 10 chairlifts on that mountain. He said that mountain had a lot more potential. And when I look at this plan, I can't see these people building something that is going to work against their goal. They want to have a village up there, and they want to be able to support it. And it has all the potential in the world to be a multi-use mountain. And I think it would be a real asset for our community. That I guess I don't need to say anymore.
Thank you, Neil. Mike?
I would agree, Neil. I would love to see the ski area have more latitude. I would love to see them have one building that can exceed what the town limits for the height of the buildings. But what I'm concerned about is not just Tenny Mountain's little dense area, which I think a nice little village would be great for them. And they still can do that the way the zoning is now. We can work with you. But when we're talking about all you need is 100 acres and you can do this in many different locations, having nothing to do with the ski area, having no ownership, cooperation with the ski area, just anybody with a certain number of acres in a district that is 1,500 acres or more, that's where I get concerned, Neil. I'm with you with the ski area. I don't think there's anybody in the community that is against what Steve Kelly is doing, and we applaud him for coming to Plymouth. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't. But I think there's a lot of concern about what this is going to turn into.
Before we open the public hearing, I just want to say one last thing. So we did receive a memo from you, and reading through this, I mean, a lot of what's in here looks pretty reasonable. At the same time, it's getting late in the schedule. And we can talk about that, and I don't want to overly complicate things this late in the schedule. And at the same time, I do see some places where you might be able to be accommodating. In terms of the schedule, though, to get something out for any changes we made today would have to go to another public hearing. And I was talking to Joseph about this. It looks like ideally we'd actually have to like finalize this language by tomorrow morning, basically. Is that right, Joseph? I mean, do we have
To notice
if we had it at a regularly scheduled meeting, unless we wanted to have a special meeting to talk about this.
Yeah, that's correct. The notice, to get a notice out to have a public hearing on the January 16th meeting, it would need to be ready to send to the paper tomorrow.
If we wanted to hold a special meeting for this, to hold a public hearing, we might have a little bit more time. Still not a whole lot, but anyways, that's just wanted to say that before. Like, I recognize the benefits of some of these changes, perhaps, and at the same time, it's making me feel anxious at the same time. But I hope most of what you see is looking pretty good, though. I'm hoping. So I will open a public hearing, and I know we have some members of the Tenny Mountain team who would like to speak, and I think we'd probably like to hear from them, and also open it up to broader comments as well. So.
First, I'd like to commend all you guys, being on a town planning board and dealing with what you have to deal with. The way you do it is really tremendous. We're really dedicated servants to the town, just every town in general, but just every time I'm here, I watch what you guys have to go through. So I want to applaud you all, and to see the debate on the earlier vote on the addendum was 4-3. Just know the best companies in the world throughout history always believe in discourse in the boardroom. It's a term they use. You should be able to fight like hell to get the best consensus decision for your company. In this case, it's the town of Plymouth. And what really you guys are doing is not just managing the today, but helping set up tomorrow to be successful. And it's not easy. It's not an easy job. You have a lot of differing opinions from people in the town and even at the board. But I commend you all. Fight for your opinions. Mike, you got yours. Some people might be opposed, but that's where your best leadership will come through that discourse. So I just want to commend you all for what you guys do for the town. As it relates to Tenny, it is getting late, and I can talk for minutes or hours. I want to address some, real specifics. We're not talking about the Tenny of yesterday, and I'm a student of history. Okay, I met with Stephen Hall and Gardner Hall prior to Stephen's passing multiple times. I taught them all the first day they took their first tree down. It was Christmas Day, noontime. Mr. Hall, Sam Hall says, "All right, enough. Get the kids outside. We're going to cut those damn trees down." And Stephen Hall was 20 and Gardner was 6 that day that happened, And so got to know the Hall family, very much revere what he and John French did to get Tenny going. But Tenny, as everybody knows, struggled for many decades, and that has an economic impact on the town of Plymouth as well. So what we're looking to do is pretty dramatic. Our goal isn't to just make Tenny Mountain a little mountain like it once was and hope that it's sustainable. We've always said from day one that we're going to make it a 4-season resort, but much bigger than just the skiing. Mike, I would never want you to think we were any type of bait and switch. As we're studying the mountain, it took time. By the way, some quick team introductions. I'm going to refer to them in a few minutes, but Brian McCann's my chief of staff. Drew and Tom are with CRO Master Planning. They've worked internationally with recreational outdoor planning resort, not just in the ski industry, even beyond that. And I've got John Wazaka, the owner of Horizon Engineering, who is one of the subject matter experts throughout New Hampshire, but beyond even that, in working with engineering, particularly on ski resort mountains. He's got a lot of experience he can talk about as well. So we assembled a really good team to really study the mountain. It's taken us the better part of 2 years just to look at the hydraulics of the mountain, because you have to let the mountain melt down and drain down before you start to look at all the environmental waterways and what isn't. You're going to be protected by DES. That informs our business plans in terms of saying where can roads go, where can't roads go, where can buildings go, where can't they go. And in terms of a 6-pack or a 2-story density, Mike, we might as well just stop now because you'll never compete in the global market. Our goal is not just to be an old hill that maybe might survive. Our goal is to be best in class. We're taking inspiration from Europe, from Montreal, from out west, who, by the way, are hugely successful. Mont Tremblant in Montreal is a great mountain to model if you guys are familiar with the industry. That is all about community and having a village core and bringing the work life, live, work, play environment together. And that's all part of building a sustainable, successful community is the live, work, play. The concerns about the warehouse, I only touched on that because you talked about it, is we did, to Jason's point, we try to be very specific for all of our use groups. Everything in there is specific to what we're talking about. We've talked about having a potential academy. That's why you start to see some of the sports and recreation stuff outside of just, say, the skiing aspect. We do plan on adding a lot more terrain and a lot more lifts to it. Multiple hotels, so we can't be limited to just one building, but it's not going to be 50 buildings or 85 feet. That doesn't work in any business plan. But a warehouse would only come into play. We've always talked about having the ability to create a science and tech / life sciences business park. By the way, life sciences is the highest paying job in the state of New Hampshire by 30% of any other industry right now. And we're working with USNH, PSU being part of that, to really build out the whole life science program throughout the state, of which Plymouth could be a huge part of that. That's why we just may need at some point, if we have a life science company who wants to come here and locate and bring a lot of employees and heavy contribution to the tax basis, they're going to need potentially a warehouse. So that doesn't mean it's not going to be loaded with those warehouses. We just need to have the ability and the flexibility that as this ecosystem gets developed and built out, that we can do that. And that's going to change. I don't know that I'll be alive truly when Tenny sees the full maturity of this business plan. I can use Loon as an example. 30 years ago at Loon, I was a young kid. I got engaged with my wife up there. I look at where Loon is today. It's a dramatically different mountain than it was in '95 when I was a young kid. So I have to look beyond my own life to know that we're just building a foundation that's going to really, the job creation and the housing piece is what's going to be the keys to the success of making not just Plymouth, but really central New Hampshire thrive. We're bringing high-paying jobs here, and if we're really successful, it's going to be the 5 or 6 towns around here that really, feed into that whole ecosystem. So it's a much bigger play than just a ski mountain. I want you, it can't just be the old ski hill that it once was. It's got great bones. It's a great hill. It's a tremendous terrain. All of that. But we need to make it bigger than that to make it a sustainable, financially sustainable ecosystem where it's not going to take someone like me to make it work in the future. So I just want you to know, high level, when we looked at everything, which, by the way, we're super appreciative of the town. You guys have been great to work with. Your consultants have been great to work with. And we did just, Mike, sometimes you think the surprises from meeting to meeting. We did request multiple times, can we meet between this? And we were told, no, you can only meet at the public hearing. So we couldn't have any dialogue in between. We would have welcomed that opportunity. So that's why you're surprised at some of the progress. But everything we try to do, we'll try to be fully transparent, but we can only put out there what we know to date. Really, I'm super excited because John and his team finally got the balance of what we think is the wetlands analysis done by the end of November. I haven't seen the data yet. We'll start to compile that data through Q1 to really inform that business plan. And my hope is by the middle of next year, we actually have a 2030 plan, a 2035 plan that we can show you folks and start showing the public what we're working on and put some timing to all of that. So everything here so far, trying to get the overlay district has been extremely helpful, but there are a couple critical things that we need because we don't know the future. The future changes a lot. Consumer demands change a lot, and to take any ski resort in the world, whatever they were building 30 years ago is different. What they were building 10 years ago is going to be built different from what is being built 10 years from now. From big condos to micro homes to whatever fad is happening, you always have to be able to have the adaptability to move with the environment. But having condos, 30 or 40 condos in a building, is very commonplace in ski resorts. A lot of times they're upgrading, they're built into the hill. You have ski in, ski out condos. We need to be able to build that to be not just competitive with what Tenny was, because it never had that, the best places in the world. I've been out to Aspen, very well designed 30, 40 unit condo buildings that look beautiful. And that's what we would be building. So I wouldn't fear that type of density at all. I mean, everything that we do, and I know you have to look beyond me because it could be some other developer maybe gets a parcel at some point in time. But our goal is to be working with whomever is involved at the highest level. We want Plymouth to become the destination location And I was asked when I was being interviewed last year how I define success. I said, when I have people from out west flying here to ski Tenny, and I was serious, and that's our plan. We plan on making Tenny dynamic, different, and it's going to be a huge economic benefit for the town of Plymouth and beyond if we're successful building our industrial park focused on science and tech. Combine that with an amenity-rich environment, which includes skiing, mountain biking, hiking, zip lining. Then you have the whole retail residential component that goes along with the job creation. That's the ultimate goal for Tenny Mountain, and it's well beyond me. That's helping multiple generations, thousands and thousands of people, way bigger than skiing. It's way bigger than skiing, you know. Biggest complaint I heard of the Christmas trees are too expensive around here, but that's another guy's problem. Kidding. Anyway, I just since I have the mic, I'll throw it out there. My son Drew and I walked into Mike's place at 8:59 p.m., but realized I'm a city kid. I've never cut down my own Christmas tree before. We're like, oh, you can cut it down on the farm. I know I did schools at 9, but super cool. Moonlit, me and my son Drew walked about, half a mile, it seemed like, out there and got a tree, and that was a pretty awesome experience, So,
Glad to have you.
little expensive, but that's okay. Anyway, I just want to kind of give you a higher level view of why we put into here what we did, because we looked at every use group that we might want to be able to attract here. And, eventually when we get there, we will revamp PSU's whole science curriculum, where it's a feeder program into that life science park. And we're talking about high paying jobs. And for every job we create in life sciences, if we create 1,000 jobs here in Plymouth, there's 5 to 6x of that are the support companies that always support those companies, the cleaning companies, the manufacturing, the people supply all the goods and services. We'll create 5,000 to 6,000 jobs supporting that, and then you have probably another 300 or 400 jobs in hospitality. So then you look at the tax basis, the improvement that the whole tax payers. Every meeting I came to, people complain about the roads and the property taxes being too high. Well, if we build a commercial tax basis of good, international biotech companies, they're going to pay 3 times the money in property taxes. We're going to have a lot of money come to the town that didn't exist before. The average homeowner's tax is actually going to go down now with the influx of tax revenue that comes into the town of Plymouth. So there's a lot of wins when you look at that economic development of building more jobs and the housing that goes along with it. So I want to stop there because Drew, Tom, John have a more granular level of detail that I'd like them to address within this memo. We addressed 8 bullet points. Some, to your point, John, are pretty, I think we can talk about them. I think they're very much negotiable, that I think we can be discussed easy, but a couple of them are pretty critical that could be pretty limiting to us in the future. So with that, I just want to ask,
Actually, I was actually thinking in terms of an order of operations here.
Sure.
Before we get too lost in all the details in the memo, that we might take some public comments.
Sure.
And then return to the memo, just because I think that the document as a whole does have a good structure to it, and I don't want to kind of get too lost in all the details that kind of reconfuse it by looking at all of this right away. So I'd like to hear some public comments.
Sure.
And then take a look at some of these details and see what we can do in this memo.
100%.
And then kind of.
Do you want me to step down?
Yeah, for now, yeah, thank you.
John, can I make?
You might, Mike, yeah.
First off, I want to make a couple comments. I invite Steve Kelly to come to my farm and shear Christmas trees for half a day. There is a development in Plymouth that got a variance, and I believe Fox Park has how many units? Anybody know?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Per unit, per building,
It's
12?
I think so.
So there is a mechanism for that to get what you want or very close to it, but the mechanism is the zoning board, and I would think, I know I'd be in favor of everything that you're trying to do. It's what the other guy on the 100 acres next to you is going to try and do. That's our concern. We're all for you, and we know there's a mechanism for you to come in to get what you want, and we want to see that.
Can I say something for you, Deborah? So, and I get that, Mike, but the reality is every time you have to go to zoning and fight for variance, there's a lot of money, there's a lot of risks. That actually deters investment. So when people try to invest and put their money into a development like this, what we're trying to do is de-risk that, so we actually get the investors that we want, so we actually start to spearhead a lot of this construction that's going to really add value to Tenny Mountain and to the community, So I think As mentioned earlier, there are mechanics in the, I think it was Molly you mentioned, there are mechanics in there where the town still has a lot of people using what's going to be allowed, and it's not going to be allowed. So I believe those mechanics are already there to put the strength and the control in the hands of the town. But for me, if I'm a developer, every time we want to do something, I have to go pay the lawyers, write tens of thousands of dollars, judges, fighting variances, and pay for my consultants to keep up these meetings, it gets expensive, and it's difficult, to be honest with you. But we have it as of right, because we've done our job as a team.
People online can't hear.
Oh, are you almost done, or?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the public-private partnership is obviously what's super important. That's what I've talked about in the past, is when you get the town, the state, and or the private sector working together, that there has to be a little bit of a trust factor there. You know, we're trying to set this up so that we can be successful, but we need your help to kind of do that. And there's mechanics within that where you can control, I guess is what I say.
And the ability of people to hear who aren't in this room is one of the reasons we use the microphone, including for the recordings and such. I don't think it's really realistic to tell someone to use a variance as a development tool. It's not exactly an easy thing to get, and if we think it should be potentially allowed for someone, then you make it allowed for that person.
Or special exception.
Or special exception. And with that, I'm going to shut up, and I'm going to turn it back over to the public. And
Just another Steve getting to the microphone. So I just wanted to show my support for this. I think it's in line with what we talked about at the planning board and through the master plan 7-8 years ago, where there's a unique opportunity out in in the Tenny area. There's access to water and sewer, and this gives the right vehicle, so you're not making a million little individual applications that are disjointed. But instead, you're sitting down together, you're planning long-term, and then maybe there's a village, maybe there's something else that comes forward. But I thank the planning board for coming up with the overlay. I think it's a good process to go forward with.
And I thank Judy for giving us a lot of help with this.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Can I put a bracket on density, just because we've talked about that? Just based on the way this is laid out currently, if somebody had a 250 acre parcel, as this is currently written, they could have up to 25% in a high density core, which is 62 acres. The maximum number of dwellings is 20 units per acre. So we're looking at roughly 1,250 residential units in a 62 acre area on a 250 acre planned unit development. That is the maximum we'd see on a 250 acre development. So, when we're talking about density, that's a significant number in a town like Plymouth. But, if what we're trying to do is provide the opportunity to create a viable village atmosphere for a ski area, I don't think that's unreasonable.
And I would just add to that, a developer probably will not build so many units that they remain empty, because that wouldn't be a good business model.
So
We originally,
I apologize.
we originally gave Pasili 1,200 units. So it's not too far off.
Thank you for letting me interject.
No problem. Kathleen Berrio. I live on Eagle's Nest, which is the top of Tenny Mountain. And we are all very excited about what's happening there. But I wondered how we get access to the memo you all received so we can share it with the other 87 families. Great.
There are maps and the memo here. But keep in mind, the memo is simply a request at this point.
Understood.
Yep.
Thank you.
There are more copies if you want. They're right here. Okay.
You can also send it electronically.
In front of the board now.
Regina Ronaldo, Plymouth resident. This is a clarifying question I wish I'd asked a while ago. Just about where the map goes, and just wondering the reasoning why it crosses the road and how that decision was made.
Which was an issue raised in the memo as well. Phil, I think this was partially your argument, and not a bad one.
No, and it turns out it's somewhat, after seeing the comment in the memo, I think it's somewhat arbitrary because the minimum size for a planned unit development is 100 acres. So unless there's a lot of consolidation that happens on any of those existing lots, it's not even going to be a possibility for any of those parcels on the east side of the highway. I think it was drawn somewhat just to allow some opportunity there.
Aren't they proposing to change that?
They were, but that's, you know,
pull it
if
back
we're,
to
if we're not
more-
going to, you know, if we're gonna move forward on the schedule we're on, we may choose to move forward as it's drafted and consider revisions in the future time too.
All right.
Was that sufficient?
Yeah, I think so. I think I was just curious as to, the benefits of having, I'm not even exactly sure. It's like, maybe it's 300 feet. I'm not sure how much it is.
Oh, I
but
think it was, it wasn't arbitrary.
More as well.
Yeah.
on that side of the road. So I was just seeing like what's the benefit to that and if it even needed to be there.
Overlay is not like, so our zoning has a deal for lots in more than one zone, but I don't believe the overlay would extend past the overlays district because it's not a zone.
Yeah.
Right.
I
So
never thought about that.
I don't think that it would apply, like even if you had, if you had a 500-acre parcel with a little bit of frontage in that zone, I don't believe, my interpretation is not
overlay
that the rest of
wouldn't
that lot would be subject to the overlay
Be
district.
subject to that
It's
parcel.
because it's geographically defined as the area in gray. I think all of that parcel would have to be within that area to make that work.
Okay.
It's different than it would be if it was a typical zone.
Yeah.
So it might be worthwhile to
What's
look
that?
at that. So it might be worthwhile to look at that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just curious.
And we're going to come back to that in a little bit when we
Okay.
talk about the memo anyway, I think.
Right.
It would allow for the other regulations in section 504 listed agriculture, bed and breakfast, forestry to happen as well.
Which without the PUD being in
Right,
place, yes,
exactly.
it does.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
Oh, am I still part of the public? I was gonna answer a question for her.
You may come for a moment and it's, and then we'll get to our next comment.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, not everything's scripted. We don't really know, so we're trying to create a map that we thought would give the flexibility. We weren't sure if we did put a business or someone else put another business over that supports the mountain, like a B&B or something like that. We just figured it was a good idea to have people on the other side of maybe Turnpike have maybe that opportunity too, but it wasn't really, it's not all fully scripted. We're still trying to put together what's a 20, 30-year lookout, so.
All right, I'm looking for it.
And ultimately, it's from more than one developer as well, other owners of land over there as well.
Judy DeLeo, I have a couple of questions. One, why is it so big? If we're just talking about Tenny Mountain and the ski area and some other multi-use things up along the mountain, why is the overlay zone so big? And what do other landowners think of the overlay zone? Have you heard from other landowners who are in that overlay zone, and have they commented one way or the other? I don't need to have an answer to that, just a question. Second, I love that he's talking about all these life science things, and I teach at the nursing department at PSU, and we have not heard anything about life science stuff happening over at the mountain. So that would be interesting to hear what that's all about and how that is getting defined. Next thing that was stated was that taxes will go down. I have lived in Plymouth for 20 some odd years, and taxes have never gone down. And one last thing is big ski resorts don't always make the best neighbors. And the reason I'm saying that is we have family out in Colorado, and those big ski resorts are pricing out the regular people who live in town. And the condos and the housing is not for the town of Plymouth. It is for the people who are coming to ski, and it is for second homes and things like that. And eventually what you're going to see is that if it's anything like some of those big ski resorts out west, all of the townspeople have moved away because they can't afford to live here.
Thank you.
If I can respond to one of your first question about why it's so big, there are only so many parcels that meet the minimum 100-acre size or 250-acre size in the region, and we didn't want to have an issue come up where we were considering spot zoning. So if you create a zone for one parcel, it's not generally acceptable. So you kind of have to make an area where that opportunity exists for any number of landowners, and the geographic constraints that, the number of parcels that this would apply to within that area is still fairly small.
Yeah.
And I will also-
Meaning the minimum of 100 acres for a planned unit development.
And I will also clarify, I hear you on the potential residential impact and who would likely be living in a lot of these units. We have heard arguments to the contrary, that it would also be people who are working there and in the facilities and so forth. And it's hard without a crystal ball to really know what would happen in reality. But I hear your concern, and I also have heard the counter argument, and I don't really have the crystal ball. I think for now we should probably just hear a few more comments. Any other comments from the public? Yes?
Nick Mason from High Street. Most of my comments were just addressed by the last couple speakers. I'm a big fan of Tenny, but if we're going to bust chops about inflation, obviously I paid $3.99 for a season pass this year. I think I got it for $99 back in 2008. So just keep an even playing field. But to address Mike's point, or your worst case scenario, like, it would be helpful on this map, and I realize it's public information. I could go to the tax kiosk or whatever and find out, but it might be helpful to see which parcels are owned by Tenny Mountain currently and which of the large ones are not and where they are, just for better context for the voting public.
Okay. Thank you.
So.
So the other thing that could happen here is, if I could, the creation, filing this as an overlay district may create the opportunity for someone to buy additional parcels too. This may create a market that doesn't exist now for land that might be developed. So the existence, the current lot boundaries don't. I see that as a lower priority or a lower criteria here. There may be land that's bought and merged to make this work.
Hi, my name's Chris Long. I live up on Eagle's Nest also, just above the lodge. Really, I have some kind of questions for the planning board about how this overlay district impacts our, the Tenny Village Condo Association. Over the years, back in the 80s, there were a lot of condo developments proposed. There were at least half a dozen of them, and there was Tennybrook 1 was built, Tennybrook 2, which is part of Tenny Village, and Eagle's Nest. Those are the only ones that were ever developed. But when the others didn't get developed, my understanding is under the Condo Act that land can't be developed for condominiums without a 2/3 vote of the abutters approving it. And I don't know how, or my question is, how does this overlay district impact our rights as abutters?
Private contractual issues like that would, if I'm understanding you correctly, not really be the purview of this board. That's something that is dealt with outside of this board.
These are all planning board decisions.
Would be a private civil matter. Am I understanding this correctly?
My understanding is there's supposed to be some kind of a vote, which I would assume either the planning board or the town runs that vote to.
The vote of the condo association, or?
Of the abutters.
Of the abutters.
Of the abutters to the land that was granted the condominium development rights back in the 80s and 90s.
I might need a little further context here.
Yeah.
Do you have any information, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm
and
not.
Go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
I just to say that I'm not familiar with all of the ins and outs of the condo statute. There's nothing in Plymouth's zoning or subdivision or other development regulations that outlines that process one way or the other. There are subdivision or there are condominium rules outlined in RSA, which are above and beyond what the town may enforce. I can't really speak to what's in that sense. RSA supersedes our local, our local authority to make those decisions. So if there is something in state law, you know, it would be a state law question. Any contractual things, as you alluded to, like private covenants or condominium agreements or things like that, typically are seen as civil matters, but without knowing the particulars of any statute, I really can't say.
And if it is a state law, it would just be like environmental regulations or anything else at the state level where it would have to be complied with by the developer to go forward and make an agreement. But that would come up kind of as the process unfolded and the developer came up with plans.
It's going to come back to you, right? I mean,
I don't exactly know the answer to that question, actually.
That's why I'm asking.
Can you repeat what you referenced in terms of the rule that would require the 2/3
It's under the Condo Act.
Condo Act?
I don't know the exact RSA, but
Okay, thank you.
it's,
I'm not
Mike?
I'm not an attorney, obviously, but to me, if this passed by the public, anybody that doesn't have those contractual issues with existing properties, condo associations could still do it. There just might be a roadblock that would have to be overcome with that particular site. But the overlay.
my understanding is the Condo Act requires a 2/3 vote of approval. And I'm under the impression, and I don't have it, that it would be the planning board of the town that conducts a vote. I mean, how else do you?
I doubt that would be the planning board. And
town.
however it would happen, it sounds, if this is a state law issue, I mean, it would be like needing a driveway permit or environmental protection or whatever. It would just be something that would have to be followed and perhaps a condition of approval, if this is in fact a state law, to approve the plan. But I'm not aware of the planning board having any purview over those issues.
I wouldn't think so.
So I guess my other question involves the overlay district. I mean, our association in our declaration, which is a recorded document, prohibits businesses from being in our development. And this specifically allows businesses, we're dead in the center of this district, that is going to allow businesses where it says in our declaration that there can't be a business. So how does that balance
Your
out?
declaration only applies to your property, right?
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
but I mean, why would that prohibit an abutting property from developing businesses?
I think we're getting off.
Within that, is it?
Regardless, it would be a private contractual issue
Right.
anyway. That really wouldn't be the purview of the board.
But suppose someone comes in who wants to open a business in their condo, and they apply for a permit.
If they meet zoning regulations, assuming they did, we could issue that. It still might be against their own private contract that they have, which then becomes a civil issue.
And so somebody can't file for a planned unit development in a condo association if it's under 100 acres anyway, and the condo association would be the applicant, not an individual business.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Food for thought.
Hi, Ashley Saba again. Overall, I'm in favor of this overlay. I know that this density is generally good for the environment and for people. I just want to know what levers the town has to make sure that this overlay district is actually helping us. And I'm thinking about like local jobs instead of the visas that I grew up in Waterville, by the way, and I lived in Park City for many years. So, I know ski towns, but a lot of the people that work there come in from outside, come in seasonally, which is fine, but I'm just wondering what levers we have if this overlay passes and I don't know, if things don't go as planned.
I'm not sure we have many levers in terms of who they hire and that sort of thing. In terms of what the actual built-out environment looks like, we have some levers in place to look at those things. But in terms of, there obviously are impacts on the labor market, but in terms of the fine points of that, we really don't have much.
So for the
Power.
residential, could we ask or request or demand that some of these units are not second homes, that they are for people, like that maybe they are lower income housing? Like, what levers do we have there?
It's hard because we're regulating uses, which just would be like a home, and if it's like really like a short-term rental or a hotel or something, that might be a separate use. But otherwise, we really can't regulate how it's owned so much as what the use is, rather than the ownership model. And with the exception of things like hotels and stuff, which would be a separate use.
Right.
But in terms of if it's, a condo or a rental and what the terms are, there's not a whole lot we can do about that. There are certain things you can do which might promote one or the other, but really at the end of the day, that's not our decision.
Thank you.
I'd kind of like to hear the public separately and kind of come back to you guys, and only because you are the major developer at this point, but at the same time, this really has to be kind of agnostic for like any developer who could be there. And
D-Gen again. I'm just curious. I'm on the other side of 3A, and I got 500 acres in the town of Plymouth, but over where my shop is, there's 11 acres there, and how does this affect? I don't plan on developing it or anything because I got 3A here and then a brook down below. And I didn't know just how this overlay would work on my 11 acres there.
I think the first thing to say is, if you didn't want to take advantage of this, you wouldn't have to, and nothing at all would have to change. If you did want to take advantage of it, I'm not certain of all the parcels that you own, but my understanding is you might not have, the way this is drawn, enough for an actual planned unit development, but you might have some pieces in the overlay as it's currently drawn. I don't know if I'm answering your question.
Well, I'm just talking about that 11 acres there. I mean,
yeah,
the sewer line goes down Yetton Road.
Mm-hmm.
And at one time I was going to dig a ditch down through from the garage down and cross that brook down and go on to Yetton Road because, it's all clay and everything else. You don't have very good drainage in there.
Yep.
But I mean, for the 500-foot setback, I understand. What's that going to do? I mean, 500 feet is going to take me damn near to the brook. And
well, it's not a setback. What is this current? Do you mean where the line currently goes over the road?
Yeah.
500 feet. That's just the boundaries of the overlay, and that means if we don't move that line at all, that means that the overlay and anything you can do in the overlay could happen there, within that boundary. But it also means, because it's an overlay, anything that was previously allowed in the ag zone is still allowed there, and life can just go on as if nothing changed at all.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm still not clear what the hell an overlay is, but anyway.
It just adds.
It's an either or.
What's that?
It's an either or. It gives you another option. So the ag zone, the underlying zoning remains, and this just gives you another option.
All right, thank you.
Your call, John.
John, can I say something?
Wait.
Sorry. I can't see who's in the audience.
Can you just wait 1 sec?
I can.
Go for it. Go for it. I can wait.
We defer to you.
Okay, sorry, thank you. The only concern I have about the Tenny Mountain Overlay District is about if they're developing roads and building roads. I know that the planning board went back and forth about, do you accept the road, do you not accept the road, should there be sidewalks, should there not be sidewalks, who's responsible for plowing those? So that's the only concern I have, is that if you continue to build roads, making sure that the infrastructure is there to support that, but also that the town has the necessary tools if they're gonna be responsible for taking over the roads. That's the only concern. Otherwise, I think it looks fantastic.
If they're private roads, the town never really has a responsibility to take them over unless they want to.
Yeah, but that happened,
I know.
So, yeah, so that's just the concern, is like, we won't build it to specification right now, but then in 10 years, we want the town to take over the road. So that's, it's just another concern that I have.
It is a concern, and I think that would be a good question to have. I'm not sure right now, but definitely if a project actually came to our table and we were looking at the details of it and the road specs, and because that has been a concern in town, for sure.
Yeah, it's been a real thing for the planning board this year, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, Claire McCann again. I hate to say it, but I think this potentially deserves a following specialty meeting, just because if you haven't read deeply through this PUD, I highly suggest you do. I'm assuming you all have. If you haven't, it's an amazing document. Like, Judy did a slap-damnly good job on this thing. There's a lot in here that makes me feel confident about what process would be in place for this type of development and this type of expansion, because I also don't want to see it become a massive, crazy, chaotic thing that's only meant for vacationers. I want to see it be a part of the community and match the standards of a small town ski area. And I think this does that. And I do understand, I have similar concerns about wages, housing costs, which I think are more considerations at the state level and concerns I have for New Hampshire as a whole, and my considerations and concerns about rent control as a whole. And if there are any ways to put incentives into these plans to incorporate that, I think that's not a bad idea. But just going through the requests in this memo, I think there's a lot to consider either adjusting or holding firm on. I also just noticed there are still some big inconsistencies about whether or not you're saying master plan or PUD plan just in the document. So I think there are a couple things that maybe you could talk about tonight that just, we double check and clean things up. I'm also wondering if it's possible to add something. I know this already goes for Plymouth, I believe we don't allow Airbnb, but I'm just thinking about when you talk about split time properties, can we just also include anything, Judy, I don't know, about, just making clear that Airbnb being one of your properties is maybe not something we want to see in this type of development, even if it is a timeshare. Also, if there's any way to talk about the elevation up to which particular types of development would be allowable on the mountain, and if you were trying to build a top, ridge lodge, that it maintain a certain symmetry or relationship to tree line. So I think there are certain just things that, regardless of who the developer is, because as we said, this needs to be for anyone who would be developing this, not just the team that is here. What do we want to put in place to, as we've said, protect the beauty of the area, but also accept what is potentially inevitable at this point because the land has been purchased and people are going to build on it? How can we make sure it's in the town's best interest to really serve us? And I really do support this PUD. I support making some adjustments to it, but I really see it as something that would strengthen our ability to see what's going on. And there are so many things in here about developers coming to the planning board before they even submit the PUD. There's a lot about collaboration, about overseeing what the ideas are, what the specifications are, and really seeing the full plan. I know there's talk in one of the memos about having residential be across the whole overlay. I don't think that that is appropriate. I think that should be considered on a PUD by PUD basis, shall we say, about whether or not a certain area is allowed the residential expansion beyond a village core, things like that. So all in all, I do think there should be some changes made, but I strongly support this PUD.
Thank you. I think a couple of quick things. There is some language, as you probably saw if you read closely, about the view sheds, and it's not particularly specific, but I think it gives us the kind of space to make those decisions. Short-term rentals are an issue, and I suspect this board might be trying to tackle that issue in the coming year or two.
But that's a town-wide issue.
That would be a town-wide tackle, as opposed to just
Not
this
specific to this
overlay. But it has been talked about a little bit and talked about more and more, but I think that's not going to be that part of this. But good reminder. Are there any other comments? Yes.
Grace Garvey. I'm struggling with this a little bit, and I came to this meeting tonight not knowing a lot about it, and shame on me for not keeping up on all of these proposals.
No shame on you. You've been diligent and.
Well, this one. Hey, by the way, we're producing power at the solar, and you can go right online and look at the button, and you can see the power at the solar. Just a little aside on that solar array project. Woohoo, town. But anyway, I feel like it's really lofty. I'm wondering if you just sort of went like, oh, just do everything on the west side, of 3A. I just feel like it's lofty. Like maybe if you pare down some of that, and then maybe with the idea of maybe expanding later, like Molly suggested, everything's kind of a living document. This might be a place for a living document too. So that's one thing I wanted to say. The other thing is I look at the purposes, and it's going to be interesting to implement this to make sure all the purposes are still kept at the forefront. Like Claire was saying about the, you want to be driving up Tenny Mountain Highway, and you want to protect the views for the scenic resources for all the public vantage points. I think, there's going to be some application challenges, if you will. So I hope that we're all thinking about that as we go forward with this. Do I want to see Tenny and the whole mountain thrive? Absolutely. But I really wonder if you want to narrow down this zone, particularly on the west side, given you're saying already that a lot of these properties aren't even going to be, they're not going to be big enough to develop in the way that the overlay district is allowing based on this document. I hope I'm saying that in a way that's not confusing, but I'm still a little confused about it. Maybe as Claire suggested, there should be another special meeting for this, and particularly because this memo's come up. So those are all things that I'm thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other general public comments?
Dan Marion, 19 Point of View Drive.
Yep.
Pretty exciting information here from the front row. I'm generally in favor of what's been spoken about here. My one question, I have two questions. My one question is, when a fully built out Tenny Mountain is realized, and that could be 10 years from now, who knows how long it'll take, how does that impact existing town resources? And that's probably a bag full of beans that you got to really unwind there, but I just wanted to get some input on that. And the second thing I wanted to say is there's been a lot of talk about who would be the owners of the condo developments that would be built along the side of the mountain. And regardless of who's the owner, whether it be in-state, out-of-state, across the nation, that's tax revenue. And that can't be overlooked. That's a significant tax revenue to this town. It's something that's sorely needed, actually. And because I have that captive audience in the front row, I just have 3 words to say, and that would be indoor pickleball courts.
Climate change.
Thank you.
I would argue that there's a need for indoor recreation athletic fields.
Yes.
In this region in general, even for youth
And
athletics.
pickleball in particular.
Whatever it may be.
Well, we gotta make a wish list later. It's not the
I got
time.
things add to that list too. So.
Yeah.
That's just very general. I'm not asking for anything specific
Big
if
job.
anything were to move forward now.
All right. I know you guys have been wanting to speak to some of these concerns and to the memo. So perhaps I'll turn it back over to you all.
So a couple of the public's concerns I just want to address. From day one, we've talked about Tenny being a community mountain. One of the first things we looked at, without anyone else from the town bring to our attention, was what are the demands in the current market for housing? Who needs what type of housing? One of the first things we looked at was workforce housing. There's not enough affordable apartments for blue-collar workers. And I know there's some nomenclature differences when we say workforce, but I'll qualify it as that. For my employees need affordable places to live. We got people driving from an hour away just to work at Tenny Mountain, so we're already looking at that. The residential market is really comprised of your workforce market rate and luxury. We're looking at demand side for all three of those. We've actually talked to town administrators, Scott Whedon here in Plymouth, but I've talked to town administrators for all 6 surrounding towns around here to look at the demand side of those curves. So that's part of the plan, and that's us bringing something to the community that is well needed right now. They need housing at the workforce, at the market rate, and even there's a shortage even in the luxury market. So all of that, to Dan's earlier point, contributes to the tax basis. The earlier question, comment by one of the ladies in the audience that taxes never go backwards. I can tell you they do if you study economic development. You can look at Massachusetts and look at the towns who actually embraced biotech, and their individual taxpayers' taxes went down once they built out that business core. And the reality is every town needs X amount of dollars to cover their expenses every year. It only comes through taxes. So if all you have is residents paying it, your taxes will go up, expenses will go up. When you bring in companies who pay 3 to 4x typically is the commercial rate, the individual taxpayers' rates will go down. Now all of a sudden the town has a surplus of tax revenue. So that data does exist, and there's plenty of towns you can explore in Mass if you want to learn about it, but even southern New Hampshire. So that data is out there, how that does work in the economic cycle. And for the woman who's a professor at PSU, we're working closely with Dr. Burks, Tracy Claybaugh, President, VP of Finance, already created a cybersecurity program with those folks. We won't see life sciences for a good number of years because we have to actually build out the ecosystem up here before we can start to get that. But we're working with the chancellor of the whole USNH system, the 8 community colleges, and the bigs, Keene, UNH, and PSU, to revamp the science curriculum. So it's a much bigger play than just Plymouth, but that's something we're working on with New Hampshire Life Sciences. But we are working with PSU, but I wouldn't expect any professor have heard much about it yet because we're years away from really bringing life sciences to PSU. But that's part of the eventual end game with the life science park. So I just want to let the folks know some of the things we have been working on as part of this whole business plan. So I can leave it at that. I want to bring Drew, Tom, John.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Tom Hand. I attended the prior hearing via Zoom. I'm principal at Siteform Studio Landscape Architects in Vermont, and part of the development team with Steve and Brian, Drew, and John. So, you guys have put a lot of time into this, and, really, I know it feels last minute, but the purpose of this memo is recognizing that we're up against the clock, that from the development team standpoint, as the TMOD district would apply to, the potential development up at Tenny, there are some critical things that we want clarification from. We're fully in support of the idea of creating a holistic master plan, overarching, vision for the lands up there, which include the current ownership of the North Country Development Group, as well as other parcels that Steve is under consideration for. So, we want to get towards that holistic vision of what is going to happen to present to you as that PUD plan. So we've developed the memo, which, obviously those in the audience have had a chance to look at briefly, as well as the board members here, really with some kind of bold points after each one, which are the actionable items that we hope you can take either tonight or by tomorrow morning. Or potentially we would entertain the idea of, a special meeting in order to be able to keep this on track, because, we are also interested in, moving this forward towards the town meeting vote in March. So, we don't want to get off track from schedule, but, several of these items did feel really critical enough to, try to fine tune in this setting here. So I can go into as much reading of the memo or not as you would like. I can keep things high level. Your preference.
Let's start in order. The first one, you claim, and I guess it might be true, I looked, is there no PUD definition? Is that right, Joseph? Or is that separate for a change to the definition section of the zoning ordinance or something? That's not in there for some reason.
may be correct. I think
I see no reason not to have a definition. Right.
So, it somewhat mirrors the purpose for the PUD, but, it felt pretty important, as we are defining this as a specific zoning tool in the book for the TMOD, to put that definition in there into the regulations. That can be relied on. And again, that does reflect the purpose in a bit more detail. So we included that proposed definition under number 1.
I mean, so looking at that, it looks like a reasonable definition of what a PUD is. I was looking a little bit, a quick look, obviously, because I just got this afternoon, for any kind of state guidance. I was looking at New Hampshire Housing and the RSAs. The RSAs really only provide the facilitating, the word I'm looking for, the enabling of PUDs, but no definition. And New Hampshire Housing and this innovative land use provide a little bit more, but still nothing really firm to go from. And I don't object to including a definition in our, let me just reread this again.
I think we could consider that.
Yeah, do you mean to just read this out loud?
For her perusal?
What's that?
Did you send it to Judy for her perusal?
Yeah, I actually have a copy of her. She had to get off our meeting. She's actually traveling the last couple of days. But I have a copy, an annotated copy of this that she sent me at the beginning of the meeting. So I'm looking at that here. And she said nothing about number 1 here. So I'm just going to read this out loud in case anybody didn't get a chance to look at it. A comprehensive development plan for a parcel of land controlled at the time of application by an individual, corporation, partnership, or association. The development plan is intended to provide flexibility in design and building placement, promote attractive and efficient environments that incorporate a variety of uses, densities, and dwelling types, provide for economy of shared services and facilities, and preserve natural resources and open space. As such, the development plan may deviate from the standard lot sizes, uses, lot coverage, dimensions, and open space requirements which these regulations normally require in order to achieve cluster development and preserve open space. My only concern looking at this, not being a lawyer, is the language that it allows deviation from our standards, and which it does to some extent, in defined ways. And in making that a definition, it gives it more bite. And I would be curious to get legal consultation on that particular part of this definition of what a PUD is. Do you feel the same way, Joseph? Or
I guess my only, and again, I have just been involved with this for this time too. I didn't write this language of the PUD overlay. However, the way that section 504 of this draft reads, the permitted use, number 8, is specifically a TMOD, planned unit development, in accordance with section 505. My assumption for why there's no definition separately is because section 505, like A through K, goes on to list what all the parameters are. I'm assuming, well, yeah, it doesn't say definition, but it says purpose, permitted uses, process, fees.
This is the RSAs? Oh, no, 505.
505.
Oh.
Zoning amendment. Yeah, no, not in RSA. I'm assuming that in this draft, not to say there's a reason not to put a definition separately, but
we could move forward without.
I would say that it does say a TMOD, planned unit development, in accordance with section 505, and then section 505 does outline a process. So I would say that's up to the board, how to proceed.
So it sounds like we wouldn't need it.
But we
you
could.
could have
but we
one in
could.
it.
If we're making changes, we could include this in the zoning amendment.
We could.
If we're going to make
If
other
we're
changes.
really happy with that definition, I'd be cautious to just throw a definition in there too quick. Like this one, which I'm overall like. I just wonder about some of that language and what the legal implications are. And if it's easier
I think the point of it is specifically that it does allow for modifications, which under then the specific PUD requirements or regulations are then defined.
Yeah.
So it's we looked at it as the overarching definition, which then obviously goes through further refinement and clarification under the specific section 505.
I just often like to defer to the lawyers in that part.
Understood.
If there's any wiggle room there to totally blow up the whole thing. I think the intent here, I think, is right on the mark. And it might even be written on the mark. But I'm not sure we, anyway, I don't know, how do we all feel about this one?
I'm a little on the fence because it's not like we have planned unit development in any other part of the zoning. And so in some ways, it's not like we need a general definition because it's very specifically, as Joseph just said, a T-mod planned unit development.
As defined in that
As
language,
defined
right?
in this language specifically.
Yes.
And so I'm a little hesitant to add something unless.
We don't have the elevator
really
pitch
need it.
definition, but we do have a defined set of parameters.
Correct.
Which, you know, I'm kind of on the side of, if we decided it would be a good idea to have a definition, it might be helpful to take a little bit more time and thought and put one in like next year
Yeah.
as a tweak to this section. And I think we could go forward right today without that definition. And if we're going to put a definition in, take the time and do it right. And this might be right, but without legal review so far and all this other stuff.
We just take our best whack. I mean, then that's up to you guys to interpret. If you feel like it's got to be tweaked, we can tweak it. We're trying to be as specific as we can.
No, and I get that, yeah. I think, as was said, I think we can go forward probably without that. And maybe in the future, if we decide it would be a good thing, then we stick it in there.
Add it to our definitions in the zoning.
Yeah. So that's number one. I say for now, we shelve it consensually. Sounds good. Maybe in the future, we might want to reconsider that if this passes. Okay. 2, residential uses.
So this is obviously the probably most meatiest part of the discussion, and I've been through a few meetings where there has been debate over the residential use and its association with the PUD, and really, this goes to the point of trying to create that most holistic plan that we can for the planning board to be able to review, what is that 10, 20, 30-year vision for the Tenny Mountain area, and other lands within the TMOD district. The way the language is written is a little bit unclear, even within the draft regs. Under number 2 there, I listed A, B, and C, some of which is talking about the overall purpose, trying to permit the integration of uses, including recreation, commercial, public, and institution residential uses in proximity to each other. Under Section 504, the use regulations, however, exclude residential development as a permitted use in the Tenny Mountain Overlay District, aside from its incorporation as Part 8 of the TMOD planned unit development, of which we just spoke of. However, then that further restricts residential from the PUD, planned unit development, and then further restricts it only to be within the village core. So, further sections of 505 then talk about, the average density of, 20 dwelling units across the PUD tract. And then another section, 505D, under the basic requirements, say, to others in the audience, speaking of being in Eagle's Nest or Tennybrook, that a PUD may include land that was previously developed under underlying zoning as part of the PUD master plan, thus incorporating prior residential development into the overall PUD. So then when you look at the underlying zoning of the agricultural zoning, I included a snapshot of the chart of the regulations that you have now. Based on the math, which we reviewed with Joseph, under the underlying zoning district, on a 2-acre parcel, you could get almost 19 units per acre if that were 100% developable. So the way your language is written right now, we could exclude areas of the property at Tenny from the overall PUD and then come in subsequently with a residential plan of almost the similar residential density that you're allowing within the village core. And we actually feel that's a bit short-sighted.
You say almost, it's kind of half, no?
Say again?
It's kind of half the density, no? It's 19 per 2 acres versus 20 per 1 acre, right?
Is it 19 per 1 acre?
Yeah.
No, that would be under the 2. So it's two for the first.
Yeah.
But then subsequently, you're up at 17 or 18.
Oh, well, once you get past
Right?
the first acre.
Because the first acre requires 40,000. Every subsequent 2,500 square feet allows an additional 1 unit of density. So it gets pretty high pretty quickly. So, to what Steve spoke of previously about, what type of development that we're trying to create up there, also considering that we do want to have dense areas, the village core. We also want to have areas that are geared towards workforce development, housing, high quality, lower density housing, both for people who are coming specifically for the mountain, as well as new high quality neighborhoods for people who live and work either at the mountain or within Plymouth. So, we're really trying to advocate that we feel it would be most inclusive to include residential across the entire PUD, because the densities don't vary greatly from the agricultural underlying zoning. However, you guys will see what that holistic plan is, including residential, both in the lower density as well as the higher density village cores that are pulled from the whole PUD.
So this is the one bullet point that you listed that I was, personally at least, prepared to talk about, and I expected you to bring up. And my own thoughts about this, and I did talk to Judy, I talked to Joseph briefly as well, were, the reason it's written the way it is currently is that we wanted to avoid, I think some of Mike's concerns as well, just kind of sprawling resort uses, including like sprawling subdivisions or whatever on the side of the mountain. That being said, I think what I came up with, at least as a potential, compromise here that would fit in with what a lot of other resorts have, is something along the lines of outside the village core, you could do single family attached and detached, so townhouses and single family, assuming that they were clustered and that it wasn't just spread out. And we have an OSRD which kind of outlines some of how we do clustering and open space residential development here. And for me personally, at least, I can't speak for the rest of the board, obviously, I'd be okay with it outside that village core if it was smaller scale, single family, attached, detached, like townhouse sort of stuff, and clustered together so it wouldn't just be kind of spread all over the place. Would that make sense?
I mean, I think from my standpoint, and as Steve comes up here, generally that's what we've been thinking is the lower density housing types, across that PUD.
You can stay up a sec. Yeah, what I just say that is we talk about this live, work, play environment, and that's newer, say the last 20 years, but that's a lot of success. You bring in businesses with housing together, all in one environment, and we don't want to be restricted from having, the residential application in the PUD, because that kind of goes against that whole theology of the live, work, play, and that's thriving, all over the United States, so it's what brings the communities together. Again, I'll just use Mont Tremblant. You look at Mont Tremblant, you can see where the skiing comes in, but you can see where it intersects with businesses. They've got single-family neighborhoods. They've got, apartments and condos and 3- and 4-story buildings, and that's the kind of community, the way I picture us as we start to evolve. And now we're not there yet. The master plan is really being driven by the hydraulics of the mountain. Now that we're getting past that, we're going to start to really look at what building uses would look like, where they're going to be, and all those things. But to me, we can't have that limitation where we can't have residential mixed in the PUD. John, you want to talk
From
about
the, oh, go ahead, yeah.
So John Warzoka with Horizons Engineering. I've had the pleasure of being involved with a lot of resort projects here kind of in the region over the years, and kind of have opportunity to see what works well and what doesn't. And I think in the kind of path of my 20 plus years in this business, I think flexibility is the key to the success of a project like this. And what I'm assuming everybody wants to avoid is what's kind of happened up to now, is having a mountain that's really kind of languished as an unsuccessful endeavor that really hasn't been a very productive member of the community until recently, where Steve came along. And I think in order to kind of foster that, having this flexibility built in to kind of spread this development out in ways that maybe aren't fully anticipated at this point. And there's some local examples that I can point to. So like if you consider Lincoln and Loon Mountain, there is a proposed village core for South Peak. That was an approved master plan about a decade ago in the town of Lincoln. But in that, there's also some higher density, smaller pockets with a little different feel. You got the Pemmy Base, which has a lodge there. There's a new building going up, surrounded by some lower density residential between that and the village core. So these developments need to have that kind of flexibility, where also you're providing some different areas, different feel. You might have a little pod of development that has a little bit of commercial and some high density residential that's outside, away from the village core, that allows for kind of a little different mix. So again, just making sure, my take is that having that flexibility built into this process, and not saying you can't do anything or you're limiting what you can do outside that core it can be problematic for these developments over the long haul.
I get that. At the same time, we came up with the idea, or have kind of followed other communities as well, of the core for a reason, because we did want to kind of differentiate levels of density. And so I hear what you're saying, and I think we can probably find some kind of ground to compromise here.
Yeah. Owl's Nest would be another example of that similar path. And again, I think the key being success, giving the developer, the owner, whoever that may be, the opportunity to be successful.
Neil, did you have a comment?
I believe you're absolutely correct.
And typically at these resorts, we see the village cores that have the higher density, that have the 30 to 40 unit buildings, which are taller, because that the trade-off is avoiding a sprawling, low density 1,200 unit development across all the lands. John, as Steve mentioned, John and his team just finished delineating all the wetlands up there, and there's a lot of them. And that is our first course of business, is protecting streams, protecting wetlands, and identifying the areas where the development can go in. However, providing that balanced mix of housing types, both high density, medium density, and low density, is part of any successful resort community that we're trying to make. So that's what we're trying to look for, is say, okay, we could do it kind of behind your backs through the underlying zoning. We don't want to do that. We want to incorporate it into the overall plan. And that's why we're asking for the inclusion of the residential in the overall PUD.
Thank you.
I think the idea of the village core having the densest development makes a ton of sense, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you shouldn't have any residential outside of that village core. That kind of negates the purpose of the village core. Then it's just the only development that you have, rather than having that area that feels like a village, kind of needs the transect around it. If you think about urban planning, where there's the densest area kind of right at the center, but you need those other areas that outlie it to kind of support and work together, especially in a thriving resort environment, where we really want to look at other resort communities that do have a community there. It makes a huge difference in the experience of being at the resort. It's a place that's lived in. If you're in a place where you see some Christmas lights and some things that are not just second homes, you see people, the homes are lived in. That makes a big difference. There's locals in the bar. All of those things are those things that make a resort environment really desirable. If you look at Beaver Creek out west, no town at all has a very different feel than a community where there's a local presence, like right in the resort community.
So I think we get the argument, and I'm personally sympathetic to this argument to some extent. I think I'd like to hear from a couple members of the public and then bring it back to the board to see how we all feel about making this change.
I have a burning question here. So they own a certain tract or tracts of land right now. And if we're talking about, do a South Peak like Loon did, those lots were sold from larger tracts. So is that the intention? So suddenly you're just breaking up what you drew this whole overlay district to be about, and then you're breaking off these lots. Like, I'm just a little bit.
The whole overlay wouldn't be a single planned unit development, presumably, unless someone was really skilled at buying up all the land at once and turning into one giant planned unit development. What would likely happen is we probably get an initial one, probably right near where a lot of the stuff already is, I'm guessing. And then over time, whoever owned the land or even bought a few extra parcels might come in with more planned unit developments. And if there are over 250 acres, they could get that village, a separate village core. But the goal would not be, presumably, realistically, to have one giant planned unit development in the entire overlay. The overlay allows that to happen in that entire area. But I doubt ever the whole thing would be turned into one of them.
But do you see the question that I'm asking? Because you're saying, okay, you can't do these things unless you have a certain acreage.
Yeah.
And then say you do all different kinds of things, and then you're breaking it off, and suddenly you don't have that same originating acreage. And maybe I'm like totally myopic about this.
I think you're right about this, but I mean, the goal is that the planned unit development allows a developer to come in with a parent tract of minimum 200 acres if they're going to do but yeah, I mean, subdivision may be part of that, and maybe ownership, maybe other forms of ownership. You know, they may have a multifamily building with, you know, condo form of ownership of the units within that building. There may be single families through there that are subdivided and sold independently. But I mean, the intention is not to maintain ownership in perpetuity, but just to show a plan for development for that area that fits with the Tenny Mountain overlay.
And the alternative is that we get like 40 different site plans to piece together that development.
Same thing. Where the alternative is, all right, we're going to subdivide this lot off, and we're going to get a site plan for a business there, and we're going to subdivide this one off for a condo there, and like the whole concept of a PUD is to say, this is the big picture of what we want to do, and this is the first phase, this is the second phase, this is the third phase, but it's all kind of been pre-approved.
And you don't necessarily.
You anticipated that when you wrote these.
That's the goal.
Okay, and like I said, I'm just coming in late to the
I can
game.
provide a little clarity to this. So it's how it's gone down in my experience in the past is exactly that way. So the PUD for the specific project is contemplated, approved as a development. And then it's common for a developer to parcel off specific parts of that to experts that do that. So the developer might be a residential builder first and foremost, and not a hotelier or not a restaurant operator. So they may say, okay, we're going to carve out this parcel, and this parcel is going to have a restaurant on it. So that may be sold to a developer, a sub-developer that then builds a restaurant on that parcel that was contemplated in the overall master plan to build a restaurant. So that's really the way I've seen these go down successfully in the past.
And the important part to remember there is, even after the transfer of the property, the PUD plan is still in place and still governs the development.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So how do we feel as a board about potentially some residential outside the village core? I mean, I mentioned potentially single-family attached and detached, like townhouse-style development, clustered. I get the sense that you guys may have been talking about it a little more flexibility than that. But I know there's sometimes reticence among some of the community about residential development of certain types and where and all those sorts of issues. And I'm trying to be sensitive to what will be successful on this board and in the community as well.
I guess I don't understand that because it's demand for housing at every level. So
They won't be able to hear you if you're not talking in the microphone. Yeah. I just had a question about if you're proposing some additional residential outside of the village core and what you're suggesting with the townhouses, is the wording taken more directly from the existing residential open space law, or do you talk about overall percentage of resident versus open space? Do you word it as a ratio? So if you were to add this in, barring other developers and other people besides this specific case that we're dealing with, what would they potentially take advantage of with the density outside of a village core, and how would you want to direct that for other projects that don't have this scope of vision currently in front of us?
So speaking only for myself here, having talked to Judy and Joseph and my own brain about this, fights with me sometimes. It seems like it might be reasonable to say these would be allowed, like whatever types of residential development we choose would be allowed outside the village core, whichever smaller scale like we choose. I made a proposal, and then we'd say we could point to the OSRD, the open space residential kind of cluster model, in our subdivision regulations, and it gets a little squirrely, I think, when you transfer that directly to a PUD plan. But at the same time, we have a certain amount of leeway anyway. If we just said kind of like follow the spirit of this somehow and said that in a legal way, and that we want it clustered with open space, and which is the larger goal of the PUD anyway.
Because would that then also, it says outside the village core, buildings shall be only 40 feet instead of the 80 feet.
Yep.
So would you then potentially change iterate a density requirement for anything outside the village core, as well as requiring clusters and then maintaining the height requirements, or would you lower the height requirements? If it was going to be residential?
I think keeping the 40 would be fine, and I think especially if you went with single family, you wouldn't I don't know, you build a little super tall single family house or something, but it's probably hard to go over that. It's possible, for sure. A little McMansion out there or something. But
I have a concern. I think the residential use under C in the request, the suggestion is in a PUD where residential uses are proposed in a village core, the overall residential density of the PUD should not exceed 20 dwellings per unit in the PUD tract. That's almost eliminating the whole purpose of density. Like I would say, if we were going to consider that, we would drop it to 5%. So originally, as it's drafted, we allowed 20 units per acre on the 25% of the land, which is village core. If you're going to then expand that over the whole area, I would say you kind of have to drop it down. I don't think the goal of this is to make more density. I think it's, if you're trying to spread that same development impact over a bigger area, I think the density should be lower.
Yes. Because there's there's a reality that I just want to comment on how they're talking about this. They're really talking about wealth. They're talking about different types of houses for different types of wealth. So I just want to put that out there, that this is, condos. It does make it feel more like an ecosystem, but there's also a dynamic here about different affordabilities for different types of properties that they're talking about with the ecosystem functioning. So it's not just a community feel, I think it's a financial vibe as well. And so I think talking about density outside of village core for these particular types of housing is creating some cohesiveness among the traversability of an area landscape, but I do think it should be limited.
What's marketable is constantly shifting, and the developer needs flexibility.
I understand that, but
I agree.
And we need to recognize that there are people in the town who are also concerned about development as well, and I'm trying to be balanced here and recognize different voices I've heard over the years.
I'm also realizing there's a substantial amount of flexibility in the underlying zoning, where if they wanted to take a portion of the parcel and do a planned unit development for a portion of it, you could
just carve out that section.
You could
and just do
use the underlying zoning to do housing in the other areas as you suggested, and I don't see that as being bad, honestly.
It does. It does take some of the control away from us in terms of the overall master plan.
But it allows them the flexibility to react to the market in ways they see fit too.
And they will still be able to do that if we add limited residential in the.
I think we're losing the value of the city core density. Like I think when I look at the potential in that area, I don't know. It's a lot to think about tonight.
Can I give you an example?
Please.
We've certainly started to think preliminarily about what wants to happen up there. There's clearly likely to be a village core up near the current base lodge. That's going to be the higher density. That's on the same tract of land that goes all the way down towards the Mayhew Turnpike. This would preclude us, if that tract was part of the overall PUD, but the village core was up at the lodge area, from developing the workforce housing down close to the Mayhew Turnpike at a lower density.
What kind of lower density are we speaking of here?
It could still be, single family or, townhomes as you speak of. We're not, I don't think we're saying 1 unit per acre. So I think that underlying zoning still is providing some direction in terms of what the density is. But, we're certainly not saying, hey, we want to be able to put a, 5 or 6 story building with 30 units, across the entire PUD. Those are clearly dedicated for the village core. But it's the other residential types, to the comment about different, housing types and who they're for. Certainly we want to create, high value homes and real estate, but we also want to, provide other types of housing, which is something that Steve has always advocated for. That's specifically for the community, and there's opportunities for that. But we want to provide that flexibility kind of on the lands that he has control and ownership over under the most flexible development, with these regulations that you're putting forward. And we do feel that, not including that residential under the broadcast PUD is potentially limiting to what he wants to do up there.
No, I guess my concern would be another developer that's not you might try to push the limits of that in a way that might be uncomfortable to us. And so it's your job to seek as much flexibility as you can. And it's our job in some ways to kind of push back a little bit and say, no, we also have heard the town's voices that are a little bit concerned here, and we want this to be able to pass and not get rejected as well. And where do we kind of find some kind of ground there?
I just have one other follow-up. Is it possible that some of this residential question could be taken on a case-by-case basis with each PUD? Because there are different sections of 505B1, A and B, 505B4, F6, F4 that talk about the planning board allowing for certain exceptions to the existing regulations within a PUD following certain conditions. So is it possible that within a particular developer's vision, if this residential is to be a larger part based on landscape, appropriateness for the other parts, it seems like there's language in the PUD that would allow for flexibility on a case-by-case basis, unless I'm reading it incorrectly.
One of the things, I could see having a couple of high-density cores as long as the area didn't total more than 25% of the PUD, but I'm not sure that it specifically states that now. It talks about one village core, but you could have, on a 300-acre parcel, you could have, rather than having a 75-acre village core, you could have 3 25-acre high-density cores, right? Like that's kind of.
Yes,
Is that specified?
and there has to be some kind of mechanism to prevent having 100 village cores that all add up to your 25%, and so you could have little potential the equivalent of spot zoned ridiculous buildings. Not that a reasonable developer would probably want to do that,
right.
But you never know.
I think we have to, put some faith in the developer. They're making an investment here.
I agree.
And I totally agree. I also want to defend, like, or represent the town's concerns, and I do think there's room for, personally, some housing outside the village core. And I think the question then becomes, if can we agree in principle on that, maybe?
Yeah. I agree, but I think it has to be pretty different density.
Yeah.
Like significantly lower. Because,
So how would that look?
Right.
In terms of writing something?
can we go back and help remind me what the density in the village core is at the moment?
20
20
units
per acre,
No more than 20 per acre average over the area.
average.
So
I think that's what I read.
Yes, I'm seeing that number.
So I mean, you could have
505 F3.
you could have 60 units per acre in the middle part of it.
Right.
On one building. Or,
Right.
Yeah.
could we just say, like, under, I have the wrong document out. Here it is.
This is a
Under
big thought exercise
permitted
for us. How big
uses
is-
in the PUD,
Appreciate this.
could we say in permitted uses under the PUD that we allow, like, clustered residential, smaller scale clustered residential at the planning board's discretion, or something vague like that, that allowed for some flexibility, but also a lot of discretion on our part?
So if you're looking at,
I think that would benefit. I mean, considering the alternative of using underlying zoning
Yeah.
and just adding unit after unit after unit at 2,500 acres or 2,500 square feet per unit.
I think the way we wrote the memo is to point out that the underlying zoning does provide a fair amount of residential flexibility, but you're precluding it, density, precluding it from the PUD. If it's just a matter of incorporating the underlying zoning density into the non-village core PUD areas, I think that starts to get us where we need to be for
So
that
Joseph,
lower
I think
density.
that gives up the benefit of the high density core
As-
though. Like
as-
it's not intended to be like standard zoning with a high density core. It's
But
high density core.
you have to assume,
Am I- may I have a second?
assume that you take the PUD and we have those 1,200 units. You know, we might only get 600 or 800 of them, say, in the village core. So now you have this excess density, which we can use, but you don't have a place to use it. So it's really a mechanism to say, yeah, we're going to put, the denser developments together where they want to and need to be, and we're in agreement with, but also allow for the flexibility in that, holistic planning I spoke of at the beginning, to present to you a plan that shows, residential across the whole PUD development.
So, Joseph? What I mentioned kind of ad hoc a moment ago, that was kind of vague, but still specified something. Could that be turned into decent zoning language within this amendment? That, like, a one-line, like, in the list of uses, like, clustered residential at the board's discretion or something?
So, potentially, I mean, I would just need specifics from the board of what that exactly should say, and also just,
Okay.
the caution of also the statement about the density specifically references a core. So if we're talking about how we're calculating the overall density, both for units in the core and outside the core, we'd probably want to reference at least that in the table, in the use list, as well as in that density section, I would imagine.
This is a pretty complicated change to make on the fly at this point
I
in the game.
agree.
I agree with that, and if I may say something too, that's also, if we start looking outside of the village core for that residential density, that it's also all still premised off our original thoughts of 250 acres with 25, minimum 250 acres, and then 25% village core. So, a lot of my thought process from the beginning based around those numbers, those two numbers specifically about density. And when we start going out of that, are we then, sort of like what Phil, you mentioned earlier, are we then looking into, well, then does the percentage of village core, do we minimize that at all? Just a thought. I'm not saying we should or shouldn't, but if we start looking at density out, are we going to re-examine the numbers we worked within?
What were you citing a moment ago, Molly? That I think was it you who cited the specific language that allows for our flexibility? Who cited that? Somebody cited that.
Claire.
Oh, Claire, you cited it. I know we have that flexibility. I was just wondering what the specific language was.
I think it was scattered.
Jotted them down. B1.
What is she digging into now?
B1A. So under, it's 505, B1, A, and B.
I assume.
It's talking about the prior
What time
developing, prior to developing a detailed PUD proposal or submitting a PUD application, applicants are strongly encouraged, but not required to. No, so that's about meeting with the planning board.
Yeah.
And seeing what the idea is even beforehand.
Yeah.
And then 505B4, planning board may approve, deny, or approve with conditions the PUD application. So there are maybe
That's
certain
just standard.
conditions. Yep. And then 505F6,
Key word is may.
Any proposed covenants, restrictions, and easements?
yeah. Subject to review, whoop, and approved by the town attorney. The provision must be put in, maybe it was this one, as enforcement. Maybe I didn't write that one down correctly. Anyway, 505F4.
That's what you think they have?
Oh, all standards contained within the zoning ordinance, site plan regulations, and subdivision regulations, unless waived or modified as part of the PUD master plan.
Where's that at?
That's at, that's 505F4A.
All standards contained within the zoning ordinance, site plan regulations, and subdivision regulations, unless waived
He
or
didn't want it.
modified as part of the PUD plan.
I wasn't sure about that wording. It's talking about the
Unless waived
PUD
or
shall
modified as part
comply
of the PUD
with.
plan. That's an interesting
There's
language.
a
It does give us a lot of leeway potentially.
That came from Judy.
Yeah, it did, and I think purposefully.
Belongs to the town.
PUDs are purposefully
Gardner
flexible.
Hall had 400.
At the same time that they give guidance, so it's not just a complete free-for-all and you don't know what the town wants.
I was.
There it is.
I guess that's why I was thinking about if this is a case-by-case basis, that's determined after a PUD has, or ideas have been brought to the board in conversation. And if you have a certain idea of what this cluster vocab is outside of a village core, because it also, I wasn't sure, there's something that says like the minimum size of a PUD is 100 acres, but I don't believe there's any language about residents in a 100-acre PUD. Is that correct?
It's not allowed.
It's not allowed at all.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
In order to have residential, you have to have enough acreage to have a village core, as it
It's
exists right
250.
now.
Yeah, and so I think it's smart to have an idea of the density, if you're gonna do this, what the density would be outside the village core, what overall percentage of the landscape is, but also that it's a case-by-case basis based on the landscape of where they're wanting to put the PUD. And like, that's the kind of subject to approval thing, it seems like that should be a case-by-case basis.
Sorry, you want to join the board? No,
Getting late.
So I'm feeling here like it's going to be really hard to come to a consensus about what this might look like in the short amount of time we have left. And I'm also feeling like the current ordinance might give us enough flexibility in the interim before another amendment to the amendment, if we get to another year and it passes this year, that in the interim, if you have something really quick, which I'm sure you will, that there might be some space for flexibility based on 404F4A. And that is generally the goal of a PUD. We give a lot of guidance as to what the town is looking for, but also we get a lot of flexibility in how we implement that. Steven?
So I'd agree. I would just simply say that excluding residential outside of village core is not flexible. That's a massive change. We're not even into up mounting it, but there's a very good case we're going to run into where we're going to put some condos that are ski in, ski out up mountain, which would really differentiate Tenny from a lot of the competition in New Hampshire. And not something we want to do. We're going to look for areas to do that. And because it's outside the village core, that would be an excluded use. And that's just one example of being inflexible.
I'm going to turn to our planner. What I just said about our flexibility, despite the list of uses, Does that ring true in your understanding?
So I would say I don't have the specific, I didn't write this. This was Judy, and Judy reviewed a lot of PUDs. My understanding is that's really referencing the section that you reference about flexibility from otherwise listed sections. My understanding was that
Oh, it's
that
development
referenced the
standards.
specific flexibility allowed for, such as the increased height or the permitted uses. That
It's development standards, not uses.
Yes.
It's under F, which is development standards.
my initial impression of how that worked in the context of the PUD, and again, I would really defer to Judy on that, but was that it really referenced the specific ones that are allowed to be.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Let's say we allow for 20 units per acre, which is a lot in the whole PUD. They could still propose something and we could still say, no, that's too much, right?
In theory, but it's good for this to give.
Better to have some
them
more
guidelines
guidance.
as to
I
what we
think
actually
so, yeah.
want.
You'd have to give a reason. I mean,
I think if we were going to.
Yeah, okay.
I think back to my initial point in the memo, though, is that, under the PUD and the draft regs as written, 20. Under the underlying zoning, you're almost there
Right.
in the ag district without this overall plan under the PUD process.
No, I understand, and it's a compelling
So,
argument.
I think to my earlier point of, if we could take the 20 as an average across, the 250 acre PUD that has the village core, a lot of that density is going to get absorbed into the village core. But, we are looking to hopefully develop similar to the underlying zoning district residential development outside of that village core within the PUD. Now that's the 250. It sounds like you started to get into a conversation about the 100 acre PUD as well. I would just say that, it feels like it's under similar kind of underlying zoning, but we just want to have the flexibility to show that residential as part of the overall plan and not have to come in piecemeal, separate.
Yeah.
Here's my kind of Hail Mary here. So I'm going to go back to saying single-family attached and detached. I'm not sure we're going to get at this late date in the process much more than that. I could be wrong. And say it needs to be clustered and no more than 5 units per acre overall, which actually can buy you a whole lot if you think about the size of a PUD.
Outside of the village core?
Outside the village core, no more than 5 per acre, and overall, and it needs to be clustered. Is that unreasonable, or is that still too dense potentially if you really kind of push that to its limit? I don't know.
It's kind of late for me to think about that, honestly. I mean, I think going down, allowing single family and attached single family outside of the village core, I don't object to that, but I think that we really need to knock down the density I think you could have up to 20% density in the village core and no more than 5% density over the entire PUD.
Including the village core.
Or not 5%, 5 acres per unit density over the entire PUD.
Because of the amount of empty space there will be.
That's a lot of density.
We haven't gotten to the part of the memo talking about.
Units per acre?
No, 5 units per acre.
Oh, okay. You flipped it.
You said 5
Yeah, I'm
acres
sorry,
by
I'm sorry.
accident. Yep.
No, I mean, I'm just talking about, I don't, if we're gonna
Given the amount of open
if
space.
we're gonna allow residential outside of the village core, I don't think it should increase the overall density of what we've proposed.
And if you're gonna, given the amount of open space that will presumably be in one of these, 5 units per acre overall is actually a lot.
It is.
Yeah, I agree.
And you can do a lot with that. Mike?
So we're talking about 5 units per acre. Someone's got 250 acres.
That's a lot.
My math isn't great, but
That's a lot.
that's like
I've done
thousands of residences and homes.
1,250.
It's the same as before.
Yeah,
It's
so,
1250.
but we haven't really talked about what that's gonna look like, and are there limitations on how many units they could put per building. Do we have any limitations on it? I haven't,
I just said single family.
right,
So in the village,
outside.
in the
outs-
village core, there wouldn't be density.
So within the village core, it's anything goes as far as how many units per building. And then outside, the way that Judy has it written, is there limitations?
It's
Right now,
there's none.
Judy doesn't have it written that way at all. They're asking for us to change that.
There is no residential outside the village core.
What's that?
There is no residential outside the village core, and in a PUD without a village core, there's just no residential. As it's currently written.
And I see why they're saying what they're saying, and I kind of think of when we talk about cluster development, we say, okay, to make it all work, you can put all the houses that you're allowed to get into a smaller area so you can save on utilities and building roads and all that. And then, oh, but if you want to, you can still put some more houses outside in the open area that we're trying to preserve.
That's why I'm saying clustered.
Yeah.
They should be clustered.
OSRD.
So here we are talking about, okay, so if you can't get if you can't cram in 5 units for 1,200 units in that core of 25% of 250 acres, and you can't cram them all in there, then yeah, just use the rest of the open area.
So I'm gonna revise what I said and say single family attached and detached.
Kind of defeats the purpose.
At a whole at 2 units per acre overall, which means if you have 100 acres for a PUD without a village core, you could put 200 units in.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
We haven't gotten to the point of the memo talking about buildable area. And, so we have large parcels, but we're going to take out open space, we're going to take out undevelopable area, wetlands and things like that. I don't want to I'd prefer not to force that unit count per acre down too low, because we haven't started to do some of the exclusions.
How about slopes?
That's one of the things we
That's a good
likely
point,
need to
thank you.
consider.
I forgot about the removal of unbuildable land.
Just along with that, though, that goes right along with what I said, like, we know we're gonna wanna build some housing up mountain where a lot of that is undevelopable land. It's gonna be the slopes, it's gonna be the roads, it's gonna be the wetlands.
So where do we all feel about this?
I'm getting to the point where I'm saying I don't think we should put this to the voters this year. There's too many questions. I don't feel good. I don't understand this, all of the impacts well enough to be able to even explain this to a voter who is gonna be much less educated
So
than I am.
can I ask, aside from the housing issue we're talking about right now, if you feel comfortable?
I would be okay moving forward as it's written, but I don't think that's gonna benefit anyone at this time. I really think I think we should punt and work on this over the next year.
So I'm gonna say something. First of
fine.
all,
Go
it's
ahead.
9:53,
Yep.
and it looks like we're probably gonna go over 10.
We have others to do,
And-
right?
Which I hopefully will be quick, I'm guessing, based on previous conversations. Anybody want to make a motion to continue?
Make a
If we get
motion
to-
that we get all the amendments and get the public's input on what needs to get said.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, that passes. Let's go through the rest of the checklist and then see where we are. Water and sewer, this looks reasonable to me. It's not a major change, it's kind of a clarification of language in many ways. Judy, in her memo, said the same thing. It looks reasonable. I don't see any
That's great.
issues there. It's not really substantively all that different, but it clarifies a few things.
Great, thank you.
Anybody disagree?
Nope.
Okay. Numbers, is that 6? Oh, building height. I was assuming that we measured building height as we would in the rest of the town, which is from the average, at
It
at
just
base.
didn't say that, so I wanted to make it
I
absolutely
mean, that's how
clear.
the rest of the zoning ordinance works, so I'm assuming that the same would hold true in this.
Yeah.
We should specify though, because It's a different standard than the rest of the zoning.
We could add that in.
And I believe in a previous draft, it said maybe from the high side.
Oh, okay.
So, whether it's the high side or the average grade around the building, there's the second part of that bullet I did put in regarding the max height, because I think that is a critical aspect.
So currently, we don't include uninhabitable spaces in our determination of height. So, like we just approved the hotel that went over 35 feet in terms of the actual building, but the inhabitable space was under 35 feet.
Okay.
And
Parapets,
and it would,
towers don't matter.
For me, keeping it consistent across the zoning ordinance just makes life easier. And not having two different ways of measuring height. Okay. All good?
Yep.
Okay. Buildable land. I would just say, can we put, I think Judy said the same thing. Where is this? Buildable land. Incorporate the revisions of the subdivision regulations by reference. So I think you mentioned this as well in your memo, like we have it in our subdivision regulations.
So in
or
this,
an
in the
OSRD.
subdivision or the open space?
It's in the OSRD, I believe.
Yeah.
Our most up-to-date,
Okay. That works.
we could put a reference into that. Because that's what we use there, so why not use it here as well? It would make sense. How does the planning board request determine or reasonably estimate the summary of, that's what I just did, okay, never mind. View shed.
Number
You asked for
6
more
is
specific-
setbacks.
Did I skip one?
Setbacks,
Oh, setbacks, okay.
It's not bolded, that's right.
Yes, I think what you assumed here is right. The PMR team is confirming that the setback applies to development roads and built architectural structures only, except as required to the setback for connectivity. Please confirm that landscape features and amenities are allowed within the setback, and I would say yes. I don't think there's any question about that, right?
We've never
What is a-
subjected landscaping to setbacks.
like landscaping, like trees.
Yeah. So
okay.
I think that's all. good.
Trees, trails,
Yeah.
Yeah.
things like that.
And not structures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's fine as is. View shed, I think you asked potentially about more specificity there. Personally, I kind of like leaving this a little bit on
Yeah.
the discretionary side, and I know it's vague for a developer, you want specificity. At the same time,
We
it's
can't
hard to be
know.
overly specific about view shed issues sometimes, and I think we could figure that out.
So you're more wanting to put the onus on us to define the critical areas.
Yeah, and if you need to have a consultation with us, you can do that. I think it's hard to really kind of make a more specific statement without becoming burdensome and overly specific. That's my
So,
take.
yeah, I just said to Tom, I think it's good to leave some of that discretion at the board level
Okay.
without being too specific.
Okay. And then finally, the map. And I think you suggested perhaps pulling it back to the road rather than over the road. Is that right?
Yes, and, the other point, because earlier in the evening, someone asked about the size, and, I want to reiterate that the overlay district basically mirrors what the recommended growth zone along the Mayhew Turnpike was from the master plan that was done most recently.
Yeah.
So, I think an easy give would be to say, just do it to the road, don't exceed across the roadway. But, for ultimate flexibility and to avoid some of the spot zoning, we agree with, what the master plan said, which was to do that entire kind of western edge of Mayhew.
So,
I would make the case that leaving the definition as proposed allows for those uses within the Tenon Mountain Overlay District, even if they're not within a PUD.
it does.
So, and I think there's an advantage to that. I don't see that as a detriment.
And it doesn't take anything away from anyone to put it over the road.
No. Does not.
So to come back to the housing issue briefly, and the question of whether or not we're going to move forward with this, I think we have a lot to move forward with here, and overall agreement. The housing issue is a complicated one from our perspective, preserves the town's interests, and your perspective, allow the flexibility you're looking for. And I get both of these concerns. And so I'd like to pass something, because it seems like most of this we all agree on. And I don't know exactly what to do about the housing issue at this late moment. And so I guess the options we have are to schedule another hearing, move forward with what we have without housing changed, to somehow change housing and schedule another hearing and move forward, or to pull it for this year and figure out the housing issue and propose it again next year, which is always the danger of losing momentum and all that. And with what one last caveat there being, I'm curious from your perspective, and it's good you're walking up to the podium, since you're probably the only developer at this moment that would be using this in any short term. I don't know of anybody else chomping at the bit at this moment to do something here. I don't know what your timeline would be in developing a master plan, and if putting this off a year would be detrimental to that process. I guess it could be, because I answered my own question here, I'm sorry. Not knowing it's going to pass next year, and you're adding a lot of uncertainty to that, I suppose.
Yeah, so for me, we really had to, again, model the hydraulics on the mountain. Snowmaking, wastewater, potable water, so we really had to do that. Took us all of last year and this year to get that done. John's team got it all done, really right up to the end of November, so we plan on modeling all of that. I think we're going to have something I can bring to the investor community by end of Q2, early Q3 of this year. So having the overlay district passed is certainly going to de-risk our development, because right now it's in a six-pack, two-story. We might as well not waste our time because it doesn't pencil with the current zoning. So to me, we need to have some form, some version thereof of the T-mod passed. I think the biggest hang-up for us is the residential. To Michael's point, yep, you could have 5 at 250, 1,250 units. We're never going to do that, but I get that you guys have to look at it from a worst-case scenario. I'm trying to give you real practical examples. We're going to look to build some condos up mountain, which Tenny can actually do, and it's really going to differentiate us from Loon and the Watervilles of the world, who don't really have ski and scale condos. It puts us on the map with Aspen, not just New England, but Aspen, because we have ski and scale condos. We know a lot of that's not buildable terrain, so we're trying to figure out how can we get condos up. There's not going to be 5,000 condos. It's going to be a little 30 or 40 here, 30 or 40 there, if we can get those into the plans. It's complicated. You have to look at road infrastructure, how we get switchbacks up there, where are they going to go? We haven't got to that point yet, but we know that's part of the plan for Tenny, to make it another unique thing about Tenny. It won't be massive in scale, but it's going to be where we see opportunistic areas that might facilitate that. And then there will be, single-family, high-end luxury up mountain too. So we need to be able to have the residential work open to us outside of the PUD, even just from an investment standpoint, because that's going to build the case study for what we're going to put to the investment community. Outside the village core. I'm
Jason,
sorry.
did you have a comment?
I think he kind of alluded to it. I think the question I have is really, of your PUDs that you're looking to develop right now, do any of them have like residential area as defined by a village core that we've been working on the definition for the past couple months? Because my thought is, if we can propose what we currently have as they should have been developing towards, then we could amend it next year.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's a good thought. How do we feel as a board, before we get into density issues, if we did add single-family attached and detached?
So I think logistically, if we were to change the language, it's got to be noticed by the 6th.
So we would need to have,
We're
depends
meeting on
on
the
when
16th.
Yeah, so for a 10 days plus 1 plus on either end, it would need to be by, I think
Maybe the
technically
4th.
it falls onto this weekend, a weekend day, so we
Right.
need to post prior to
So
that.
Friday, tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
And I presume that any language changes need to be run by the town attorney.
That would be typical. I mean, it really depends on what the overall thing that has been proposed today was reviewed by the town's attorney, but It really depends on what if they're big
If we're making
substantive changes.
substantive changes, which I think
think
these
you can
are,
do
they have to
that?
get reviewed by the town attorney and
Town attorney?
noticed in a paper of general or notice
Call
tomorrow.
them at 8 o'clock in the morning.
This
Yeah.
is a lot,
I,
in my opinion, which is what,
I agree.
as far as I see it, I think we could go forward as it is and vote on this tonight.
Yeah.
I think we could consider an amendment and the compressed time schedule and have another hearing on the 16th, or we could not move forward with this year and work on this over the course of the next year, but that doesn't sound like it's.
I can't live with that.
I do think it'd be great to be able to.
I mean, if we go with the first route of passing what we have, we can continue to work on it.
Yes.
It would at least give the applicant, or give us something to work with, and we can consider amendments for next year.
Yes.
Just to the point of timing, this was an issue we raised in our first memo on October 28th to you, of which I think only the height adjustment was accepted. We pointed out that the lack of low-density residential outside of the village core was an issue, and, it wasn't addressed. So we're back here. We appreciate all the time you've given to the discussion. But, to say, let's pause and kind of work out the language and have us not understand what the direction is, we need to be working towards some plan that we're confident will meet, with some level of agreement from this board when we come to present it, whether it be Q2 or Q3 of later this year. So
If we were to move, sorry, I didn't mean, were you done? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm thinking that, rough math, it looks like there's about 650 acres under North Country Development currently. I mean, if we were to move forward with this as is, I mean, the minimum you'd have to commit to PUD would be 250 acres, and then you could still use the underlying zoning outside of those areas. So if you wanted to do a high-density core, you really could. You could do a boundary line adjustment and merge any of those lots and you could pick which 250 acres you wanted to use for the PUD, and use.
I thought you said earlier you didn't want us to. We mentioned that we could actually do that using the AG,
Yeah, I mean, you can
Could do
use the
that.
underlying zoning of the ag zone to do whatever you want for residential outside of that 250. You only need 250 acres to do the high-density core, and then you can use the underlying zoning outside of that on all the other property you own to do single-family residential, or anything.
But the flip side of that is, taking that initial 650 acres overall, allows for a larger village core to then support the higher density, right? So it's a little bit of a balance of overall PUD size versus size of the village core at that 25% percentage.
And I mean, I don't know. I would be willing to move forward, if we were to move forward with a potential move forward with this as is and look at an amendment to say, let's split up and allow a number of village cores with a minimum acreage of, let's say, 30 acres just throw that out there. Like if you've got a 750 acre parcel and you've got, well, let's say you have a 500 acre parcel and 25% of that is 125 acres in village core, you could have you could have 4 30-acre village cores within that space, like something like that. I'm trying to think about ways we can use this language and the concept and give you some flexibility, but I don't object to single-family residential outside, but I think writing that in now is a lot.
Yeah.
Mike?
Can I just throw out there, I know you mentioned that the lawyers have to review this, but
Sure.
I pay my lawyers to give me their legal opinions, but I negotiate my business terms, right? So wouldn't it be up to the board to say, this is what we want to do? Legally, it's not illegal to allow these use groups. It's just a matter of what you guys choose to do. They just need to look at it and say, oh, legal, this makes sense. Would that be correct?
Yes, but they could suggest a substantive change, which if it came after we noticed, technically we're not really supposed to make substantive changes after we've noticed the hearing, and so that's where the danger comes in there.
As lay people, I mean, we can write what we think is a good zoning ordinance or regulation, but sometimes we miss something that in land use planning law that an attorney would catch for us and make a recommendation. So, yeah, we can do those things, but it puts the town at peril to do it.
Is there an issue with simply referencing that underlying zoning but allowing it as part of the PUD?
I think that would be a lot of density potentially, which you might not use, but somebody could use, that's not you. And I am curious, what if we just limited residential to like outside the village core to like only 5% of the parcel? And you can cluster it however you want within that 5% of your land.
We have a comment from Mike.
Yeah.
How many units per building are you looking to do outside of the core? Are you looking for unlimited? Are you looking for 6 or less? This might be the,
So the thing is, it almost goes back to what I said earlier, Mike. So in my head, I picture us if we're building, whether they be workforce housing apartments for like blue collar workers, or if they're condos, they're probably in the 30 or 40 unit density for buildings. But I can't tell you we're building 200 buildings at that number. It's going to be a couple buildings here, a couple. We usually build them on in phases as the demand builds up, building A, B, C, D, E, as they start to come online, as the mountains growing and you're becoming more and more popular. But we're not ready to really say how many buildings there are, how many units it's going to be. We haven't honestly even modeled what I would call the entire Tenny Mountain Highway section, that lower elevation, because we're just doing all the wetlands analysis, and it's pretty wet down there. So we had to get through all that process to look at where can they even put roads and buildings. So we don't necessarily have it modeled out, but I think for simplicity, I'd say over the life of Tenny, which again could be extended past me, could be maybe upwards of 1,500 or 2,000 residential units around the whole area. And then you build in the industrial park and a couple hotels and the whole retail restaurant component supporting it. But I can't tell you for sure. We don't know for certain yet where the master plan is going to be, but we'll have a really good idea, I think, in 6 to 8 months more of what we're looking at least for the lower elevation stuff. The upper elevation stuff is still going to be a futuristic play.
so I could see myself getting behind John's recommendation of single or duplexes, 2 units per building. The village core, I get it. I just don't see anybody getting behind what you're trying to push.
So if we do single family, attached or detached, in a clustered format, and just come up with some kind of density number that is reasonable.
So, and we're talking 6 units or less,
No, I'm talking,
1 or 2 units.
well, single family, attached or detached. Attached can be, in our zoning ordinance, up to 4, but we could probably be flexible with that, I think. Can we be flexible with that in the PUD?
Depends on how it's written.
No,
Yeah.
right now we can.
Sounds like 6 is not even an option for them.
Well, we're talking about a lower density area here.
Correct.
And
It's a trade-off to
it's
give them the
sounding
high
like some
density.
people in this town are not gonna want to have like 12 packs and stuff all over the mountain. And maybe for developers, that'll be beneficial in some ways. But if we're comfortable with at least allowing some residential, like townhouses and single family, and we insist it be clustered, and come up with some reasonable density number, can we make that work and pass something this year?
I would be more apt to agree with that if we can get the town attorney, but I would love the trade-off to give him what he want, give him the density in that 25% core, but allow 1 or 2 family homes outside of it to some maximum per acre.
Including attached single family.
So how many attached?
Well, in our zoning ordinance, it's 4.
So I would be willing to be okay with up to 4.
So on 1 acre, 1 unit of 4 versus on 1 acre, 5 units of 4.
Well, I think we have to determine an overall density
Okay.
that we can live with, and insist that it be clustered
Yeah.
with open space so it doesn't just sprawl.
I think that I think that could be,
And
I'd be more
I'm not sure
comfortable
we're going to
with it.
get more than that tonight to go for another hearing if we're going to do this.
Yeah.
So hopefully, and if you want to go more than that, you can do a bit more than that by just going outside the PUD. But at least this allows some flexibility for housing in the PUD. And density number, I said 5 per acre, which could actually be pretty high depending on how it.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're looking at the entire PUD, I would say the upper limit of density on the entire PUD should be 5 per acre.
Okay. Including the core or?
Including the core.
and subtracting,
Buildable land or total?
Period.
It's total.
we're not including subtracting
I don't know. How do we
wetlands.
address that? How do we address buildable land in the
Slopes
definition?
and soils is usually, right, Neil?
Yep.
How do you do that?
We don't define that anywhere else in zoning. I mean, we don't deal with buildable land in zoning at all.
It's within the open space regs.
I'm familiar, what's that?
Within the open space regs, it's pretty clearly defined.
Yeah, that's the only place, but it's only because it's open space. Like, if we were to have a conventional subdivision, there's no discussion of buildable space. Buildable area. I mean, that's something that.
This is going to be a project that has a lot of open space, so I
Right.
think there's merits to referencing that.
I mean, I would support allowing the underlying zoning outside of the core as long as the total density for the PUD didn't exceed 5 units per acre.
Yeah, I would actually want to insist that it be clustered.
And that's, well, I mean,
Which is not.
underlying zoning would allow them to use standard ag zone or cluster. But, I presume that
That's like
their
20 years.
infrastructure costs are going to drive them to use cluster anyway,
But after they get past the first acre, that's like 20 units per acre.
as long as they don't exceed 5 units per acre on the whole thing. And keep in mind, they're going to have, in order to get 5 units per acre outside of the cluster, they have to give up part of that 20 units per acre within the core.
So you want to do 20 units per acre total within the entire development?
The 5.
No.
5 units.
5 units per acre.
My suggestion is allow 20 units per acre in the core
Within a context
and
of 5.
up to 5 units per acre in the whole development, which would require them to decrease some of the density in the core to make up some of that.
I would say vice versa. What you're saying is take the total PUD, figure out what the 5 acre per unit is across that, and then you can go to a higher 20 unit per acre density within the core, pulling from that total
Same.
pool.
As long as the average across the PUD
From what I'm
is
thinking,
5.
it's the same. So the core is 25% of the area, right? So 20 units per acre in 25% of the area is the same number of houses as 5 units per acre in the entire space, right? Are we in agreement that that's the same number?
It is what it is.
Yeah. So.
So 100 acres
So
would be
if
500 units.
let's say you end up doing 15 units per acre in the core, that gives you the ability to do a little bit more development outside of that core, right?
I could go with that compromise.
I mean, it's no net increase in development, but it gives you some flexibility.
And no more than 4 units per building.
I was just gonna say use the underlying zoning for that. Outside of the core, use the underlying zoning.
Because right now.
'Cause inside the core, they can go as many units as they
Underlying
want.
zoning in terms of uses, but for density, refer to what you just said.
Yeah, overall density, but underlying, ag zone, underlying zoning for.
Which is 1 or 2
cluster or-
units.
Well, it
And-
gets complicated because that use table,
Right, but you can get up to, with special exception, you can get more than 2 units, up
You
to
can do
and no more
multifamily
than
with special
6.
exception, I believe. That is a
Yes.
special exception, I believe.
Right.
And otherwise, duplexes, I think, are allowed. Single-family attached and detached are allowed. And, yeah, multifamily with special exception.
With special exception, as many as 6, no more than 6.
No more than 6 in our underlying zoning.
Per building.
So 6
So
bags
that's
plus
the underlying
duplexes
zoning.
and
That's the downside.
townhouses. So the uses from the underlying zoning with the density that you just specified
with density not to exceed 5 units per acre
for the total,
for the total
Correct.
PUD.
So they could have a bunch of 6-packs.
as long as they were clustered, and stipulating that they be clustered.
Okay.
So the way that the density section is written right now, today, says in a PUD, where residential uses are proposed in a village core, the overall residential density of a PUD shall not exceed 20 dwelling units per acre of the PUD tract.
But
And then
that's-
it says, in determining appropriate density, in addition to other criteria, pay attention to buildable land, et cetera. So basically what you're proposing is the overall residential density of a PUD shall not exceed 5 units per acre of the overall PUD tract, except that in the village core, up to 20 units per acre may be allowable,
Within the overall number of units you allow.
provided the overall
So in
number of
250
units doesn't exceed 5 per acre.
So where you're allowed a village core, 250 acres plus.
Correct.
That would be 5 units per each of those acres. That's 500, 1,000, 1,250
Yep.
I'm gonna complicate
total
this
for a
more.
250.
I'm gonna complicate this more to say, any number of village cores may be used as long as the minimum acreage of a village core is 30 acres. And the reason I pick 30 acres is because a 250 acre parcel is the minimum size. 25% is that 62 and a half.
The benefit
I'm
of
just taking half of that and rounding down. So you could have 2 village cores in a 250 acre, or you could have a 35 and a 30.
The benefit of a larger village
But you
core
could split it.
is creating a
Density.
walkable, mixed-use, dense area that's appealing to people to like not get in their cars and just do all their eating and shopping and
If we
all
mandate
that
that,
stuff.
though, they may be constrained by the landscape too. Like, whereas if you give them the flexibility to say you could have any number of village cores with a minimum acre of like, because they might go up to a 500 acre parcel or 600 acre parcel where they're taking 25% of that, and they might want 4 or 5. Or maybe they want a really big village core and a couple of small ones. Like, I mean, we're
There's no
talking about a
language
lot of
that's-
population.
There's no language that's saying they can't do that right now, though. right?
I believe that the language about the village core talks about a village core.
singular.
I see. I see.
Which if they go to multiple, then they can put one down by the road where they want to do.
And one closer to the
one
base
up
lodge.
on the mountain where it's more exclusive, and I wouldn't be for that.
We would agree with the idea that there's likely to be multiple village cores within the overall development.
Would 30 acres as a minimum size, just for throwing that out there, would that, so recognizing that, you know, in a 250 acre, 25% of a 250 acre PUD is 62 and a half, right? 125, 62 and a half.
I couldn't possibly see less than 30 acres from my point of view
Right.
being a good thing.
I think so too. I mean, I think some flexibility is good, but then if they go to, you know, a 375 acre, they could have 3 30 acre village cores.
It's gone from something that's acceptable to something that's,
Really?
yeah.
Which part of it?
I would like to see their village core of what they're talking about with shops and some real nice walkable areas. But if we start looking at just picking the easy apples off the tree and putting a village core down by the road where we want to just put housing and fill it with 30, 40, 80, 100 units per building, I think that's getting away from the purpose of what.
Which I would say from our standpoint, I think we hear you on that.
Yeah.
And if they have
But
the
there's,
Right, and I know-
but there's a degree of this which is providing the flexibility to let the
Right.
PUD design process play
Well,
out
there's also the
too.
flexibility, if you have enough acres, you can do multiple PUDs with multiple village cores.
Our downtown.
So I'm saying let's not overcomplicate and at the last minute, the village core concept, especially since it might give some people cold feet, and keep it as is. And you can always do multiple village cores by having multiple PUDs.
Or you could
if
make
you've
one
got
big
the
one.
acreage. And
Or you could do one big one.
and we can do the residential outside the village core as you suggested earlier.
Yeah.
As using the underlying zoning for layout.
For uses.
Minimum use, as long as the total area for the PUD doesn't exceed
Total density for
the
the
average
budget
of what we've
doesn't.
seen before. What I was gonna say is our downtown area, looking from the traffic circle down to south of the common, including Main Street, all the way from the river to up by the college, that's 20 acres. Like, that's a walkable community. If you had housing, like if you look at our downtown area and imagine some of those buildings were tall buildings, like that's 20 acres, and you can have a walkable commercial space with housing in 20 acres.
Although often,
That's the size of our downtown.
Although often,
so 30 acres is bigger than that.
Although often in a resort community, they will be just outside of that,
Yeah.
some large hotels and stuff like that,
Sure.
which are going to take advantage of the height.
Yeah.
And I could see where we are
Yeah.
currently working.
So you need 250 acres in order to get the core.
Yes.
If you have 100 acres, what is that going to do for?
You can get all the uses that are in here, but not the core.
Well,
and if we change this, you could also get some clustered residential.
But no more than 6,
The
with
underlying-
special exceptions.
Yes.
Underlying residential, underlying ag zoning for residential use would apply in anything under 250.
So they need 250,
You just, 250 just gets you the core.
just get you the core, which is the high density, more units per building. And if they have 250 and they want to put it down by 3A, your core is going to have to be on 3A.
Well, 250 can stretch from 3A well up the mountain.
Yeah.
And they could fill that core strictly with residential if they wanted to, as far as the way that.
It's supposed to be mixed use. I mean, that's part
But,
of the design.
but could they just?
It's outlined, it says a village core shall include a mix of permitted uses. Residential uses shall be approved only in conjunction with business uses and other uses permitted under section 505E. They have to have businesses included in the village
The word
core.
shall
Shall.
there
Just
is the
housing.
important one.
Yeah.
So do you mind if I, Phil, just to confirm, if I screen share some text with red line changes to see if I'm capturing what you're discussing here? So this would be F and
Under.
so this first part is the residential uses
Break a record tonight.
in the TMOD PUD. So we're on E, and then residential
504
uses.
505E.
Yep, 505E4, where it says residential uses in a village core area, adding an asterisk that says outside of a village core, the planning board may approve clusters of residential uses within a TMOD PUD in accordance with the residential uses permitted in the underlying zoning district, and then proceeds to say in F3, in a PUD where residential uses are proposed in a village core, the overall residential density of the village core shall not exceed 20 dwelling units per acre of the PUD tract, provided the overall residential density of the PUD does not exceed 5 dwelling units per acre of the PUD tract. Is that?
That's my intent. Does that make sense to you as a planner? Would you?
Disappears quickly.
Can you put it back up? Did it disappear?
You can walk over here.
It's over here still.
See it on the screen here.
Sorry.
Yeah, dude, my glasses
Joseph,
aren't
can
strong
you zoom
enough.
in on the?
Or can you
back?
rotate
Yeah, I
the
can
TV?
zoom it in. Oh yeah, we can also spin the TV a little bit.
Brad, we push the TV that way.
Just pull that corner towards you a little bit. Oh, maybe not.
Oh,
Maybe not.
Oh, man.
Right.
Thank you.
So
I sat at the correct seat tonight, I have to say.
So we got away from using clusters.
I would still like it to be clustered.
However, I think we should refer to our OSRD,
Yes.
which is now what we redefine that as in zoning, and I don't think we should go back to using cluster.
Oh,
if
the
we-
word
we-
cluster, you mean? Okay.
Yes. I agree with the concept
Cluster
of
is
cluster.
mentioned in the OSRD as a specific part of the OSRD, but
right, you can.
either way works.
Yeah, so you could.
I think, can we, the planning board may approve residential uses in alignment with OSRD.
Yeah.
Which with the residential uses permitted and the provisions of the open space residential development section of
I was just
Guidance
going to
rules.
say, I was going to say underlying zoning, of which OSRD is a part of.
So then you don't specifically, if you say, because it's a residential use permitted in the underlying zone, if you wanted to require it, it would be allowed as a residential use, as this is written, because it's a list, in the list of allowed residential uses, but it's, to mandate something like that would require different text.
Shall.
Which one?
You want to go down to F3?
Joseph, can I just make a comment on what
go
I
ahead.
can't really
Yeah.
see, but
Wanna go
on
back?
that
Can you
section
scroll back?
talking about the density,
Oh, down lower?
yes.
F3?
Yeah, we might just start with the overall density of the tract. In the PUD where there is a village core, the overall tract shall have the 5 units
Yeah.
per acre across the tract.
Yep.
But then the village core can step up to that 20 unit per acre within the core,
Yeah.
pulling from the overall.
Just put the overall density first.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah, so conceptually, you're just saying
In a PUD,
revise this, but what this is saying is that where residential uses are proposed in a village core, the overall density of the core shall not exceed 20 dwelling units per acre. So that is presupposing that you have a core,
and that there's residential use there.
which is as written today. We could change
We're
that.
making changes to how it's written.
Right.
Because we weren't planning on residential use outside the core, so we have to make some big changes to make that work. In a PUD where residential uses are proposed, the total density shall not exceed 5 units per acre. No, just put us insert that. I don't think don't delete it, just insert. No, not in the village core before there. After proposed, just say, comma space, the density shall not exceed 5 units per acre across the PUD. Within the village core.
So where you think the 5 acres was for the 100 acre non-village core as well?
Yeah.
Because, okay, so that's the baseline. And then when you have the 250 acre PUD with the
You get the core
village
as the
core,
bonus.
that steps up to 20 units pulled from the 5.
Yes. So
Or-
the
or-
overall number is still the 5 units per acre, but you can make them more densely packed in the village core.
If you go over 250.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It allows you to distribute differently.
Within a village core.
That's a pretty good number.
Village core. Does that?
Does that seem to work better?
I mean, that my understanding is that allows for residential use outside the core on not only, but that also, I mean, we're changing what we have originally thought about to allow for residential uses on
That's it,
PUDs
yeah.
under 250.
And I
Yeah.
think that's okay.
I do too. I'm okay with that.
I think it's a good way to allow that flexibility while also setting that limit.
And I appreciate your clarity of thought at 10:30 at night.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. And thank you, Joseph, for typing that while everyone was watching you.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, your typing's better than mine is.
All right. So do we have this then?
So I
Plus,
would.
plus the other
What else
changes
do we
that were
need to
noted?
look at? So we're gonna add the definition to this regular.
No, we're going to
No,
skip
we're
the
not.
definition. We're not doing the definition.
Okay, all right.
We might do that another year, but we're not going to do that. The residential use we just did. That was 2.
Did we do all of the things in the residential?
Water and sewer, we incorporate that language. Judy looked at it as well and said it looks good to her, and it's not really a big substantive change.
Can I clarify something?
For the building height, I think we just keep as it is.
Yep.
If you want to make a reference to our zoning ordinance with the definitions of height, you can, or I think it's implied anyway. And
Did we say yes to as measured from the average finished grade of the land surrounding the building, but
think
no
we should.
to the highest point of the roof for flattened mansard and to the
Yes.
average?
yes, so basically we're keeping
That
it
was
the
my
same on both counts. as our zoning already
That's current.
says.
Yeah,
Correct.
we're conforming this to match our existing zoning.
Buildable land, we make a reference to the OSRD and that definition there in the subdivision regulations. View shed, I think we agreed to keep as is,
Yeah,
and the map we're gonna keep as is.
yeah.
Did we, do we add the OSRD/cluster bit to that residential part that we were just discussing?
I know we talked about it. Is it in
I
there?
don't remember if I saw it typed
Matt,
in
can you
there.
not see the screen?
I know I can see the screen, I lose you here and there a little bit, I just can't remember if we did type it in there.
Yep, so this is what it says currently. We took out the reference to OSRD specifically. It does not, right now it says, outside of the village core, the planning board may approve residential uses within a TMOD PUD in accordance with the residential uses permitted in the underlying zoning district. So anything that's already permitted in agricultural, as it's written.
And we still have jurisdiction over the overall plan anyway, to recommend they be clustered. I don't think it would hurt to cite our recommendations, though, in the document, saying we'd like to see them following an OSRD model. Just so any developer who picks up this document knows what we're looking for.
So you're,
I think it was part of the important conversation throughout
Yeah.
the past hour to help prevent undesired sprawl throughout. Not that that's potentially our expectations, but without having something in there that discusses that, I think the potential for sprawl that, people might not be looking for might be there and viable.
Thank you for the reminder, Matt.
so I
Thank you.
would ask then if the
Thank
planning
you.
board wants that to be a specific reference to the OSRD standards, noting that those are already a separate permitted use, or would you like to have some other sort of purpose statement that goes along with this asterisk that says what the planning board should look at when deciding whether to approve a PUD? For example, a sentence like, the planning board shall give consideration to preservation of open space and clustering when reviewing.
That would be perfect.
Yeah, I think that would.
Thank you, Joseph.
Chairman's hard work, that I know it's a late night.
We gotta clean up part of the language in 505E4, because it says residential uses in a village core only. That need to be
Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah.
true, yeah.
removed.
We might need a thorough, probably not gonna happen tonight, scouring just to make sure there's no
I
dangling.
think we need to get it tonight if this has to go to an
Do we-
attorney
It's all
tomorrow.
gonna tie in.
Yeah, do we agree with the, that second sentence? When reviewing the proposed residential uses outside of a village core, the planning board should give due consideration to protection of open space and clustering of units.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Joseph, would it be possible, like tomorrow
Thank you.
morning, to just do a quick read-through to make sure we don't leave any dangling, like,
Yeah, I can do that,
incorporate
but,
changes?
yeah, as long as the board has agreed tonight
On the
to what
substance.
they are. But, well, I'd like, ideally, if, as much as we can get the text would be really
Yes.
optimal. Just so we can get it on the website
I
tomorrow.
just don't want to receive too much hate mail, keeping everybody, as a chair, keeping everybody here too late.
So what was the section that you wanted to
So
scroll
it
back?
was-
505E4 refers residential use in a village core only.
Yeah, we have to
That
change
needs to
that.
be changed since it's not gonna be just in a village core.
So the way I had proposed that was as an asterisk to that sort of statement in a village core only, with the asterisk that outside of a village core. So as this is written today, as I read this, these uses would be allowed in the core. Outside of the core, it would only be what's in the underlying
Underlying,
zoning.
yeah.
So I think if we took out
Okay.
in a village core only,
Yeah.
and I
Oh, okay,
believe,
that's an asterisk. Okay.
Yep.
so that, but I'm, again, it's happy to change that.
No,
if
you're
needed.
right.
I think we're good.
I actually think you should leave that as 4 and add a 5 instead of, get rid of the asterisk, and where your asterisk is down below, just insert another number.
And just-
And, yeah, just to make it more clear, because it's not, the residential use outside of the zone is not related to 4 at all, it's just a new number. It's just a new thought. It's gonna require reformatting, but.
We changed
Does that make
the
sense to you?
ability to have more than one core
No.
In
No,
we have not.
Still only have
It's one
one
core.
core.
We should look at
Per-
that.
Per 250 acres.
And we're gonna leave it that way.
Are we?
That's what we just discussed a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I like to leave it that way.
And there was talk about reducing the size of this. At least one person talked about that,
What's that?
What?
reducing the size of the map.
Oh,
The size of what we would be including in
Yeah.
this.
So there are, currently as the map is drawn, there are no 100-acre parcels on the right side of the road.
So we did reduce that, obviously.
No.
No.
We kept it on the other side?
What I'm saying is if you don't move the boundary, if you leave it where it is, there are no 100-acre parcels.
But if there are the same owner on either side of the road,
They're gonna incorporate it.
they can incorporate it, I would think, and if they put the core down by the road, and they have 250, they could put everything right there on that.
Doesn't this say something about contiguous parcels, though? I think they have to be contiguous.
Because if that's the case, then why are we even, I mean, you'd have to almost own,
That was a map from the master plan from like 10 years ago that was created. Or is that when we did that map?
Mike, I think there's something about the parcels have to be contiguous.
okay, that would be important then.
And there's also setback issues.
And the road does not,
The road is not,
that separates it.
I believe
Not-
that's,
no
I believe
longer
that's a
contiguous.
deeded highway, not a right-of-way over private land. It's a state highway. It's a state highway that's owned outright by the state. That's why it was, the Mayhew Turnpike was private.
So it could not be part of, well, it wouldn't matter at that point.
I'm okay with the boundaries.
Okay, so,
What was, there was something I was gonna look at.
And we also want to talk about slopes and soils.
didn't we say that would be determined by the OSRD as like the buildable land?
So we don't,
buildable land, if we actually even are using that anymore, it would just reference the OSRD.
So then it would be,
But I'm not sure we're actually even using that calculation anymore.
What did you say? I didn't hear.
I'm not sure we're actually even using that calculation of buildable land anymore, because we're doing units per acre on the entire tract.
Right.
It does say, in determining appropriate density, in addition to other criteria, the planning board shall pay special attention to the amount of buildable land contained on the tract, as determined or reasonably estimated in the submission materials.
So it sounds like it gives us some discretion, but not necessarily a hard number.
I would agree that it,
I mean, if someone's got 250 acres and it's all wetlands,
Yeah.
they're going to get their core in somewhere in the wetlands and say, we get this.
They can't really build anything, though.
Huh?
It's a bad investment.
That's a good investment if you get that wetlands pretty cheap.
Yeah, but you're constrained by the state and federal.
all the other state.
So then you get one little block of 30 acres and 220 acres of wetland. You can do all that building right on the edge of the wetlands.
Assuming,
And make out pretty well.
assuming you could permit it.
Yeah, if it's good land, and who cares whether it,
Well, if somebody wants to build a village core with a bunch of like swamp around it or something, like.
So there are probably parcels that meet that definition that are 100 acres in other parts of this zone.
there's a lot of wetlands in this.
But I don't think that's a bad thing in reality. But I mean, you're not going to get a village core unless you get 250.
Right.
All right, so, how are we doing here?
There was some, I was going to look at
Like to
something.
make a motion?
I can't make a motion, you can't make
Can anybody else have a 5 this morning? I was a 5 this morning.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
so
let's go.
do we need any more amendment, or can we double check the language of our draft? Because what we're going to do is move this forward to post it for another hearing for January 16th.
do we just want to look through while we're here,
Happy birthday to
the
me.
other changes
Yes.
as well outside of the residential, so we can
16th,
just
yes.
check
I think
those
we
off.
should.
So for, as we're talking here, for the, so that's this one, started from water and sewer. So this is number 3, memo item number 3.
Oh, yeah, back to that.
So that is the change to
Memo number 3?
D3, 505 D3.
It's not your ballot.
You found that on the screen.
Only tracks. Which
I have to stand up too.
We took OSRD out of zoning, didn't we? It's only in subdivision regulations.
Now, yeah.
Is
Can we
referenced in
refer to
zoning as a
those?
permitted use?
Well, we can still refer to it as a guiding principle. And a language that we might use in our zoning ordinance, I can't
Okay,
imagine.
we have to be specific about referencing.
Yeah, which,
I'm not a big fan of referencing the site plan regulations for regulation and zoning.
Oh, because that
Because-
hasn't
because-
been voted upon.
Because we can change that on a whim, and
Exactly,
the voters
yeah.
don't have any say over that.
We can, can we just cite it
This
as
is why
a
we have
pri-
the town attorney
can we
review
just,
things.
Can we just cite it as a kind of guiding principle and not
Yes.
something hard and fast?
Yeah. I think we should.
For example, as outlined in our site subdivision regulations. I say this is a good place to look for the way we're dealing with this.
For
So-
guidance.
for F1, just before we get on to that, just going sequentially through the memo for building height, we have a change to,
Nothing.
yes, we have a change to heights shall be as measured from the average finished grade of the land surrounding the structure.
To add
Yes.
that.
But isn't that already the same as our zoning ordinance?
It wasn't
It
in
is,
there
but the-
currently.
We can put it in
We
there.
were changing this to match our zoning.
We don't have to, I think it would be
I think
fine
we
either
should.
way,
We can make it clear by including it at the place where it's,
Yes.
that's fine.
So in 505 F3, which is where we're talking about density, in determining appropriate density, in addition to other criteria here, the planning board shall pay special attention to the amount of buildable land contained on the tract as determined or reasonably estimated in submission materials. So are we saying, and based on the recommendations for open space residential developments and the site subdivision regulations? I mean, what are we thinking for a,
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find.
it's Article 9 of the subdivision regulations is the OSRD substantive standards.
For reference to the town's method of calculating this, see our subdivision regulations section, blah, blah, blah.
Since none of this is binding, I think it's fine to reference the subdivision regulations. I mean, this is guidance for PUD development, which is, we have fairly broad discretion on.
And we reference all the other areas of the
We're gonna have some leeway with the text, with the attorney making his changes as well.
As long as they're not substantive.
So we're gonna send our recommendation
just
to the
clarifying,
town attorney.
fine.
He may have changes, and that's gonna get posted.
Right.
Like, we don't have time to review it again. It's just whatever the town attorney gives us, we're gonna post that, and that's what we're gonna have the hearing on in 2 weeks.
Yeah, so if the attorney gives changes that are non-substantive, the board could incorporate those. If
Without
the
any
attorney
issue.
gives substantive changes, the board would have to make a decision accordingly.
Tell the attorney not to have any substantive changes.
Technically, we only need one hearing to push something through to vote.
And it's, but the deadline is our next meeting.
Correct.
Yeah.
Unless we want to have a special hearing, but even that, to actually notice that at this point, we might not even be able to do it after our next meeting.
The the last date for hearings is the 20th, which is the Monday after. And we would have to notice it by the 10th.
Yeah, so anyway, so
All right, so that
We're
is
good.
memo number 5. So the last change was,
6 doesn't change, 7 doesn't change,
so that's it.
and that's it.
Cool.
So we're happy with how they're reflected in the red line?
Yep.
Yes.
I move that we send the amended text to the town attorney for review, and pending any substantive changes, post it for a public hearing on January 16th.
Second.
Wait, okay, well, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Yes.
We can amend the motion if.
I'm
you-
not sure we can actually have it pending legal review because I would assume we can actually have the lawyer on the phone tomorrow reading this by tomorrow morning. I think we might have to just send it out and hope that the legal team doesn't come back with any substantive changes. Is that right, Joseph? Or can we actually have a legal review like tomorrow morning?
I don't think we can post it unless, if there are substantive changes that we haven't heard, I don't think we can post it.
Well, we would have, so what would have to happen?
Public hearing?
My,
Post it for public hearing.
so the process, what we post for public hearing has to be what the hearing is on. So the way this would work, I am pretty confident that the attorney won't be able to get us anything back by the end of day tomorrow. I can try, but I would guess that most likely we'll have to post this as it is, as agreed upon by the board, and say if there are changes proposed by the attorney, the board will have to contemplate those at the hearing.
I think you actually have until the 6th to post it. I think it's 10 days.
It is 10 days plus 1 day, not including the day of the posting or the day of the hearing. So you have to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Specifically for zoning amendments, they're a little different than.
We didn't know that.
When I just looked at the calendar, though, from the New Hampshire Municipal Association, they specifically said the last day for hearings is the 20th, the last day for postings is the 10th.
So I have let me pull up the calendar too, and we can take a look. So
I was pretty sure I just.
Could you hire an airplane with a banner?
well, for petitioned warrant articles is different from zoning amendments too, or for warrant articles has a different timeline. So the last day to hold first public hearing on zoning amendments. Okay, we're past that. So the last day to hold final public hearing on proposed zoning amendments. The planning board must determine the final zoning amendment form by February 3rd, and it must be placed on file with the town clerk by February 4th. However, I will say there's a slight wrinkle to that. So Anne did advise me that she's really hoping to have the warrant spaced out by the 31st of January. So if it's at all possible for that, if there needs to be another one. However, what the board could do is we could post a hearing on this as is, and if there are no substantive changes proposed to it, the board could contemplate whatever changes the attorney proposes at the hearing.
And then have the hearing on the changed.
If there were substantive changes proposed, which there may or may not be, but it's up to the board how to proceed. That's just timeline-wise. I don't think, I would say with 100% confidence that the attorney will be able to get back changes by tomorrow.
This was my concern, yeah.
Right, mine as well. All right,
So
so.
So is it possible? I'm not clear if it's possible.
I will amend my motion
Okay.
to
I'll
Post.
accede to that.
post the language post the revisions as worked on tonight, and
To obtain.
seek attorney review, and which will be incorporated at our hearing by the board before our hearing
On January 16th.
on January 16th.
And Neil seconds that preemptively, okay? And any further discussion? All right, so we're moving it to the January 16th meeting for another hearing as reworded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, so moved, and we are well, the motion is approved.
that one.
And
We still have other
thank you all so much.
Thank you. We still have others.
Appreciate it.
Good to see
We're not
you.
quite done yet.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kelly.
They're done. We still have more stuff to do.
Oh my lord. Steve. Have a good one. 2 CU Boulder alums in this room, by the way. Yeah, that one right there. With the long ponytail. Claire. CU Boulder alum.
All right, so
Zoning amendment 4.
It is currently, it's 10:54, and we have zoning amendment number 4, commercial storage facilities. There's no definition, so we're going to create one so we can regulate them separately, and we've been through this before with everybody in the room. Is there any further discussion about this from the board?
No.
Do we have to go to public hearing?
With that said, I will open a public hearing at 10:54 p.m. And does anybody want to comment on this?
No.
I actually have a question, since we're moving on to a different amendment, do we have to extend like the meeting since
already
it's past 10 o'clock?
We did that at 9:45.
Oh, I was here, trust me.
We believe you.
All right. So with no public comments, I will close the public hearing. Do I hear a motion from the board anywhere?
I move that we put this forward to voters as written.
Second.
I'll second that motion.
Well, any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, the motion passes. This goes to the ballot.
As written.
As written. Zoning amendment number 5, parking changes to comply with HB 1400 on parking. So these are legally necessary statutory changes. Any comments from anyone on the board? It is 10:55. I will open a public hearing. Any comments from the public about parking? You know it. Please step up to the mic. No. All right, I will close the public hearing.
Is there anybody online?
No more members of the public
Matt.
online.
Just Matt. Okay.
All right.
Just me.
That's good.
All right, so, do we have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, second, okay.
Yep.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, the motion passes. This is going to the ballot.
One more?
And finally, zoning amendment number 6, clarify language about permitted uses, with the whole like permissive legal framework for the zoning ordinance, which was being undermined by a like parenthetical phrase at the end of a sentence, and and we'd like to remove that. Any further discussion?
I do have a comment that
Yep.
I'll make. So Phil, you had raised a question last meeting about another section of that sort of preamble to the table of uses, which said, if a use is listed as permitted, you may obtain a permit from the select board, and asking whether that conflicted with site plan review. I did bring that to the town attorney, and he felt that there are adequate other provisions in the zoning ordinance that allow for the more restrictive set of regulations to control in the administration section. He felt that it was not, while it's not the, while that section could do to be cleaned up, it doesn't expressly contradict that ability. It is legally okay, even if it's not really
The best.
It could be said better, certainly, was essentially the takeaway from that.
All right. Thank you. Did I open a public? No. It is 10:57. I will open a public hearing. I will close the public hearing at 10:57. I would entertain a motion.
Make a motion.
Second.
To do what?
Clarify language about permitted uses, zoning amendment number 6 to the public.
Hey.
All right.
That's what I heard. Yep. The first time.
Any further discussion?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye.
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 All right. Opposed? All right. It passes. It goes to the town. All right. So that's all the zoning amendments. I just want to quickly say some things that would have been nice to talk about tonight, that we should just at least have in the back of our brains. I think, like last year, we should do some outreach to the community in terms of a kind of Q&A session and maybe some videos again or something to explain some of these amendments to the public in plain English. I think it worked well last year, and I think we can do that again, but we don't have to figure that out tonight. And soon, since the select board has now accepted the HOP funding, we should choose a consultant, and that might be Barrett Planning Group. I think there are good reasons to go that way, or it might not. I don't think anybody probably wants to have that discussion right now at 11 o'clock. But perhaps if there's time at our next business meeting before the month is out, we can actually talk about that, which would be a good idea probably.
I agree.
I just would
And-
want to say it doesn't make sense to switch horses midway.
I mean, if you want to have a motion right now and say yes to her, and
I
get the
would
ball
say-
rolling.
I would say Barrett Planning.
The select board has already said if we go with Barrett Planning again, since we've already approved her and worked with her or them, that there's no need to do a new RFP to like go through the whole process again.
I make a motion that we utilize Barrett Planning.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, any further discussion?
I think that's a smart move.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're good, so Barrett Planning Group is chosen. Thank you. At 11 o'clock.
Excellent.
Check that off the list.
Good thing I mentioned it.
And that got us to 11 o'clock.
Any public comments? This is your opportunity for a monologue.
Don't do it, Claire.
As only a sister could say.
All right.
Don't do it, Claire? Yeah.
In that case, I will entertain a motion.
I don't have anything for you, sorry.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Hey.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you all.